Body from today, if we find you in the diaspora aiding or abetting any sector or any group on the ground back home, you will also be in trouble. Because only one source of fundraising is allowed. We are under one command, not multiple commands, only one. If you want to help ESN, contact our sister. Contact the people that will release their telephone numbers. Not every idiot coming out to fundraise for us. We don't want you to. We didn't get to where we are today by fundraising like people who have no direction or sense of purpose. We are IPOB, we do things differently. We must learn, as the Ekumeku taught us. It was Ekumeku that fought the British. Ekumeku, mostly in Ahaba. Today they call it Asaba. Some of the idiots that say, oh, well, we are Nyama Igbo, all those fools. Ekumeku was formed by people from Arojugu, 7 sons from Arojugu, from Izuog mostly. Then went to Anioma when Arojugu fell to go and fight the British. Do you understand that very clearly? Ekumeku was so secretive that the British became frightened. That is the essence and purpose of ESN. We must go back to it. Secrecy is key. Mind you that careless talk cost a lot of lives. You must understand this very, very clearly. You must understand this very, very clearly. Our people need, a black person needs to be able to reason. Sit down and you will be able to reason, to understand. If you see ESN at work, keep your mouth shut, make sure no. Shut up your mouth and don't say anything. It is for a reason. Their own chef can go and see their bandits who are rapists and murderers, and they all keep quiet. All of you, some of you should just keep quiet. And no ill discipline will be tolerated within the ranks of ESN. No ill discipline. If you're asked to sit down somewhere, you sit and you wait. If you don't have onions is coming. You just wait. It's called supplies. You'll be resupplied. Not talking and making stupid videos. And I don't want anybody from the diaspora to send not one single dime, not one kobo to anybody anymore back home. If you do, we will regard that as subversion, that you are trying to destroy the work that God is doing in our lives. There are a lot of criminals, and we cannot condone such. People making videos claiming they are the war front when they are not. Please stop it. I'm asking you to stop it. But I'm letting everybody to understand we must all protect ESN. Mind what we write, what we say, who we gossip to. Keep your mouth shut. And I am making it very clear, I have not mandated anybody to solicit for funds for ESN. Anybody coming to you asking for funds to support ESN, that person is a rogue, is a thief. If you support them, you are enabling the cause of the Janjaweed. Take over our land, because what you're doing will bring curse upon us. You are in ESN, you must stay there. If you're out, then you're out. Don't let anybody outside know you are part and parcel of ESN. It is very, very important. And our enemies are going to die. That I assure you. That I assure you. And of course, they know it. They know how stubborn we are. Do you think they will go free? Even for flying with a helicopter, you think we can allow them to go free? You've got to be joking. You must be joking. And anybody from today, if we find you in the diaspora aiding or abetting any sector or any group on the ground back home, you will also be in trouble. Because only one source of fundraising is allowed. We are under one command, not multiple commands, only one. If you want to help ESN, contact our sister. Contact the people that will release their telephone numbers. Not every idiot coming out to fundraise for us. We don't want you to. We didn't get to where we are today by fundraising like people who have no direction or sense of purpose. We are IPOB, we do things differently. We must learn, as the Ekumeku taught us. It was Ekumeku that fought the British. Ekumeku, mostly in Ahaba. Today they call it Asaba. Some of the idiots that say, oh, well, we are Nyama Igbo, all those fools. Ekumeku was formed by people from Arojugu, 7 sons from Arojugu, from Izuog mostly. Then went to Anioma when Arojugu fell to go and fight the British. Do you understand that very clearly? Ekumeko was so secretive that the British became frightened. That is the essence and purpose of ESN. We must go back to it. Secrecy is key. Mind you that careless talk cost a lot of lives. You must understand this very, very clearly. You must understand this very, very clearly. Our people need, a black person needs to be able to reason. Sit down and you will be able to reason, to understand. If you see ESN at work, keep your mouth shut, Mechiano. Shut up your mouth and don't say anything. It is for a reason. Their own chef can go and see their bandits who are rapists and murderers, and they all keep quiet. All of you, some of you should just keep quiet. And no ill discipline will be tolerated within the ranks of ESN. No ill discipline. If you're asked to sit down somewhere, you sit and you wait. If you don't have onions is coming. You just wait. It's called supplies. You'll be resupplied. Not talking and making stupid people. And I don't want anybody from the diaspora to send not one single dime, not one kobo to anybody anymore back home. If you do, we will regard that as subversion, that you are trying to destroy the work that God is doing in our lives. There are a lot of criminals, and we cannot condone such. People making videos claiming they are the war front when they are not. Please stop it. I'm asking you to stop it. But I'm letting everybody to understand we must all protect ESN. Mind what we write, what we say, who we gossip to. Keep your mouth shut. And I am making it very clear, I have not mandated anybody to solicit for funds for ESN. Anybody coming to you asking for funds to support ESN, that person is a rogue, is a thief. If you support them, you are enabling the cause of the Janjaweed. Take over our land, because what you're doing will bring curse upon us. You are in ESN, you must stay there. If you're out, then you're out. Don't let anybody outside know you are part and parcel of ESN. It is very, very important. And our enemies are going to die. That I assure you. That I assure you. And they, of course, they know it. They know how stubborn we are. Do you think they will go free? Even for flying with a helicopter, you think we can allow them to go free? You've got to be joking. You must be joking. And anybody from today, if we find you in the diaspora aiding or abetting any sector or any group on the ground back home, you will also be in trouble. There are two things plaguing them in the zoo: lies and deceit. If not for the coming of IPOB, of Radio Biafra, all of you would have lived and died in the ignorance that Ojukwu caused a war. That's what they were writing. Britain helped them to write it. Ojukwu was a rebel, a secessionist, because we had no media. That is why they're paying Facebook billions upon billions of US dollars to stop this truth from coming out. Did Ojukwu cause any war? Gowon is alive, go and ask him. Did Ojukwu cause any war? Ojukwu went and negotiated restructuring with you in Aburi. You came back, Britain told you not to agree, because Britain realized that all the component units of Britain knows that if you go back to regionalism, you will have economic growth. The country will do very well. But Britain doesn't want it. That was why they even instigated the Nzogwu coup, so-called Nzogwu coup, saying they will bring Awolowo to become the head of state. They knew what was going to happen. They wanted to truncate the economic miracle of Dr. Michael. But what I'm telling you are fast. Go and investigate for yourself. In the East, you had the fastest growing economy in the whole world, over 40% every year. In the West, Awolowo was performing his own miracle as well. Even in the North, Ahmadu Bello and Tafawa Balewa were doing very well. You had all those massive industries in the North. You even had Alamajiris that were employed in the North, meaningfully employed, gainfully employed. They were all doing very well. Britain said, no, for us to control these people, we need to impoverish them. Let us introduce this war. There was a coup by Nzogwu. And after that, there was the massacre of, as usual, massacre of our people in the North. Ojukwu said, I have to secure my land and my people. They said, no, let's go to Aburi to discuss it. Ojukwu went to Aburi and agreed restructuring. That's something now you're asking for. To tell you how foolish Nigerians are. They're very foolish. That same nonsense you're asking for now was discussed many years ago. Ojukwu sat down in Aburi with Gowon and decided that regionalism was the best way forward, restructuring, going back to who you were, 1963 Constitution, 1960-1963 Constitution. Be on your own and pay tax to the central government, as they have in America, as they have even in Britain. Britain, you have Scotland that is almost independent, Wales, the same thing, everybody is free, but Britain doesn't want the same thing they're enjoying to happen in Nigeria. Why? Ask yourself that question. Anybody telling you about one Nigeria is your enemy. I'll prove it to you now. Ojukwu negotiated devolution, regionalism. The North will be on their own, the West on their own, even Midwest on their own, and then the East on their own. It's the same one Nigeria. On their way to the airport, before they boarded the aircraft, a call came from Lagos, from the British High Commissioner in Lagos, to Gowon, telling Gowon not to agree, after having signed the agreement. That same Gowon you're looking at today, God kept me alive so that he can witness the destruction he will bring upon that very zoo called Nigeria. Gowon said no. Do you know all the journalists in Nigeria, none of them have ever gone to Gowon to ask him, why did he say no to Aburi? Aburi was restructuring. None of those agitating for restructuring right now has ever gone to Gowon or gone to Nigeria to say, but Ojukwu negotiated restructuring. What happened? They came back and they said no. Ojukwu said, okay, so you want to continue to kill my people all over the place? No. Because of that, I'll declare Biafra. Today, they have brainwashed all of you with the perverse notion and thinking that somehow Ojukwu is responsible for causing a war, when opposite is the case. If not now, that after many years of hammering on this very topic, it has now sunk into the skull of the people.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, great and wonderful people of Biafra, lovers of freedom all over the world. You are welcome to it. I greet you according to your place of domicile. While you are joining us, let us actually do the needful and share the video, of course, to supersede the algorithm, because the algorithm is dealing with us. They do not want this gospel to continue to be coming out. If they have it their way, I know they will actually pluck us off, but we must continue. We must continue. Wherever you are watching from on Twitter, retweet the video. If you are watching on Facebook, share the video. If you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. Click the like button. The algorithm will do the sharing. So share the video all over the platforms. Of course, we are here this time around to actually continue where we stopped the last time. Of course, we know very well that the enemy continue to truncate the authority of IPOB. The enemies, they continue to thwart IPOB's activities. They continue to infiltrate our land. This enemy is none other person than the thief in Finland, who is known to you as a Berima. One thing you should all understand is that the reason why, we gave him his space, it is all because he is, I discovered that when we continue to bring them, we're making them relevant. So, but it does not stop the exposition that need to be done against them. Just like Comrade Ikenga is doing, it is very, very necessary. Great and wonderful people of Biafra, lovers of freedom all over the world, I greet you according to your time zone. Now, we are here to talk about very, very important subject. We are here for a very, very important subject. And number one of this subject is let us actually zoom into it. Number one of it is autopilot. They continue their activities to truncate every legacy of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. That is the reason why they are calling for sit at home in this coming month. But of course, we are informing all Biafrans all over the world, those in diaspora. You call your family members, tell them there is no such things as sit at home, because this criminal syndicate that was established by Nigeria and their Western accomplices. That is the reason why they will always use the name of these, people, influential people from the Western world to back up their criminality. They even included the name of Donald Trump, that that Donald Trump did support what they are doing. According to the voice note that I heard this evening, that Donald Trump endorsed them in what they are doing. So, of course, we will continue to push this narrative to actually find out how Donald Trump is going to endorse criminal organization called Autopilot in the name that they are fighting for Biafra. So we are going to actually ask Donald Trump, why are you endorsing criminal syndicate that are killing people in Biafra land, since they have used the name of Donald Trump? Donald Trump is not far from you. The world is in your pocket right now. You can actually tag him on Twitter with that voice note that criminal in Finland is actually selling all over the place, claiming that Donald Trump endorsed their criminal activities and impoverishment of our people and taking away the livelihood of our people. We will continue to tweet, and you tag at Donald Trump to ask him what is he really endorsing. Because of course we are aware that the criminal in the Finland called Simon, that guy is full of lies, he's full of manipulations, he's full of concussions. He can even create a robot of Donald Trump to come and speak to you, just like he did created robot of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, which I actually created the counter robot of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, countering what he said. Since that time, he never did such things again. But it is very, very necessary for us to make sure that everything that he plots against our people, that we will kick it back. It is our duty to continue to educate, protect, and speak on behalf of our people who does not have voice to speak for themselves. There will be no sit at home in Biafra land come the month of July. IPOB, we are not calling for sit at home. The sit at home you are doing, the federal government does not care about any sit at home. Whether you do it all your entire life, they know it is hurting your own people, not them. They know it is hurting your own people, not them. And that is exactly the reason why Britain, that is in support of these criminal activities in Autopilot. Because if you are aware of, after Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was, kidnapped, and Britain is aware of this move to go to Kenya to violate, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and violate international law and treaty. Britain is well aware. They are part of they were part of this conspiracy against IPOB and against Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. So when you see these people doing their stuff and bragging about the people who are influential in the West, you should not be surprised, because there is a Western agenda. And I've told you that. I continue to tell you that. We are very, very, sure that there is a Western agenda behind what they are doing. The killings of our people in Biafra land, it is only to make you to say, if it is the way Biafra is going to come, I'd rather not be part of it. Now our people are supposed to be coming home, and they continue to promote insecurity in our land so that it will stop our people from coming home, instead of making sure and creating a conducive environment for our people to come home and invest, so that that thing they have invested in Lagos, we will have such thing in Biafra land. This autopilot criminal syndicate, they cannot do such thing. The only thing they continue to do, it is to truncate every measure put in place to curb every security challenges in Biafra land. They will try to make people to undergo suffering, to undergo tribulations, to undergo maltreatment, just because they want to steal from the people. They had to do that, just like you have seen. They were putting up a videos of old video where Boko Haram crippled Nigeria military force, and they put the video saying that men are at work. They show it to their gullible, and those people continue to support them. And I want you to know that every lies and everything that these people are doing, there is a Western agenda. If there is no Western agenda, when you saw that Finland government said that there was something about the way this guy was actually collecting money from people, fundraising that he did, it is actually against the law of Finnish government. So what happened to that case? They continue to do their fundraising. They continue to collect money from people, using it to actually do terrorist activities in Biafra land. In the name, they are fighting for Biafra. When you want to destroy something, you factionalize it. When they want to destroy something, they factionalize it. And that is the approach that Britain is using to destroy this formidable force known as IPOB, that is ready to die, that is ready to actually do everything to make sure our people are free from taking risk to take contraband or exhibit to go to places where their lives is at risk, to make sure that our people have a better deal, to make sure that our people is not treated or made a caricature of wherever they are, just because there is no opportunity for them, just because they feel rejected, neglected from from home where they come from. They know it is only IPOB that is actually willing and capable, uncompromisable, and consistent to remove our people from poverty called Nigeria, from this British oligarch called Nigeria that is controlled by Fulani Caliphate. It is only IPOB led by Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. They know very well. That is the reason why they decided to make sure that they put Mazen Nnamdi Kanu in a solitary confinement to destroy Eastern Security Network, because their plan was to destroy Eastern Security Network immediately when Mazen Nnamdi Kanu put up a security outfit that will protect our people, prevent them from being killed, prevent our people from being raped. All this time, that is the reason why even your governors in the eastern region put up money together to make sure they go and kidnap Mazen Nnamdi Kanu with the help of Britain. With the help of Britain. Because Britain made sure they do the connection with Kenya. Britain made sure that they convinced Kenya of the book. Because the problem of a black man, just like Kenya is in this, what I have to say. You black people, you leave your fingerprint in the scene of this Western crime. That is the problem. They will always make you to use your fingerprint to replace theirs in the scene of their crime. That's why they were able to, make Kenya to be the host nation where they commit the atrocities against mankind. But the president of Kenya today is calling for equality in the world. The president of Kenya today is calling for better deal. The president of Kenya today is calling for to be, security, a serious member of Security Council, for them to be included in the things of the global. Now, when we called for our freedom, Kenya President Emeritus made sure that they truncate it. That is the reason why we must continue to ask all these presidents, as they are speaking boldly and bravely, what is their catch? What is the leverage? What are they targeting? Because it is not about, most of the time, coming to speak because of your selfish interest. What exactly are you targeting? There are many mistakes that we have made, and especially the political leaders, they have made. They can correct it. And it is not about, they will not only correct it by coming to speak bravery, because they know that our people are very emotional. You can speak bravery and the people will start praising you. After speaking all the bravery, and the grammar, you will not actually do anything with them. Because these people, they understand consistency. These people who are dealing with you, they know that to deal with Africa, you need to be consistent enough. While you are dealing with them, they will forget so easily. Once they try the first time, second time, third time, they give up. That's why even they will turn a blind eye to all the cry. You will cry today, cry tomorrow. They will just ignore you. Until you make a drastic move. Until you make a radical move. They will never take you seriously. So that is the reason why we are calling on the Kenya government to give us an answer as per reason why a terrorist act was committed in their land and they did not talk about it. The previous administration did not talk about it. The current administration is not talking about it. But they have the audacity to go out there challenging people in the global stage. It is quite appalling. You need to, as they say, charity begins from home. You took Mazen Nnamdi Kanu against the Constitution or the Charter of the United Nations, which you are signatory to. You took this man, hand him over to the Nigerian government without even establishing a court proceeding in Kenya. You did not do so. You just hand him over. But today you are coming and calling for a better deal for Africa. How will there be a better deal for Africa when the leaders of Africa are the driving forces of this inequality, of this bad governance in Africa? Who is going to drive what you are speaking about? Is it you people that are so corrupt that you actually intimidate people and take away their right to live? You take away their right to live. If there is no political leadership in Africa, British oligarch, French oligarch, United States oligarch, all these people, they will not have access to what they are doing today against Africa. So when these African leaders are coming to speak, they should go inside themselves and find out exactly what have they done wrong. Because every problem starts with them. Every problem starts with them. From who sponsored them during their political campaign to who is actually sabotaging what they are doing. What is it that these people have on them that they use to make them not to behave the way they're supposed to behave? Your natural resources. You are busy talking. Your natural resources are being mined by the foreigners, by these people. They are taking care of it. What do? They give you peanuts. You never even one day say, let us renegotiate. Coming to speak in a podium, in a global stage, you speak. It is not going to solve the problem if African Union is not willing to come to the party. If you are not willing to start from small, where you find your space, that space you found yourself as a leader, if you cannot start from there to amend every atrocities that you guys have committed, there is all these things you people are speaking in the global stage, it is null and void. Because they will not take you seriously. They will never take you seriously, because if you talk too much, they give you a funding of $100 billion. You keep quiet because you people are just so crazy in love with fiat money. All this paper, you are crazy in love with them. You don't love your own people, whom you claim they elected you into the position of power. You don't love Africa. You people are all for the Europeans. Then you stand to claim that you are challenging them. Are you really challenging them? Or are you really, trying to please the emotional African children, youth? These are the questions we need to be asking these people. Because the fundamental protocol that they must observe, it is trying to correct the mess they have done against their own people in Africa. If you cannot start the charity from home, you are going nowhere. You are fooling yourself. You are fighting for the rights of Africa, but you are violating the right of people of Africa. Does it make sense? It does not make sense. Maybe it makes sense in your own book, Kenya government. It does not make sense in our own book. When you people are ready to solve the problem of Africa, you must use a holistic approach to solve this conundrum. If you are not coming to the party in the situation that your people are facing on the ground, you cannot go to the top. You must start from the ground to the top. If you cannot start from the ground, no one will count 10 without counting 1. Now you people are acting like you want to count 10 without counting 1. The driving force of the instability in Africa, it is as a result of incompetent leadership that you people actually put in the position of power. And when they are put there, they see themselves as a supreme God. They can violate anybody. It does not matter. As long as that person is an ordinary person, they can violate them. Today you want to pretend to us that you are audacious to stand in the global stage to fight for Africa, when you violate the children of Africa, when you violate the citizens of Africa, when you violate people who are calling for a better deal in Africa. It is quite unfortunate. we are still going nowhere. Africa, you still have a long way to go. Chinese, some people call Chinese copycats, some people call, very soon, if not Chinese, so many people in Africa will not have TV. Of course, when it was only Japan and the US, how many people have TV? These are the things. Chinese was colonized just like Africa. Many Asian countries was colonized just like Africa. What happened to Africa? Chinese does not have resources, just like Africa does. But Chinese is now challenging the world power. Why? Because they knew what they wanted from the get-go. They did not allow themselves to be mind corrupted. They did not allow themselves to be mind, enslaved. They knew exactly what they want. They went closer to America. They even gave them cheap labor, just to make sure that they get what they want from them. And they got it. They are doing exploit today. It's all about Chinese. At the mention of Chinese or Chi of Chinese, everybody, is troubled. Not because he has nuclear weapon 10,000, no. Not because he has weapon of mass destruction or whatever. It is because of his economic transformation, radical economic transformation that catapulted them to the greatness, to be able to challenge the world's biggest economy. That is what they did. And they started from the status quo, making sure that they set up a ground, from the ground to the top. They didn't start from the top to the bottom. No, they started from the ground to the top, making sure that their people are included. If there is any of their people who want to go out there to invest or to do something, the government will, in fact, the government deploys them. Not even individual, like the way our people are running helter-skelter. Government deploys these people. A Chinese man can come to your country. They will be even sleeping in their shop. They don't need luxury. They can sleep in your shop, making millions. That is whom they are. But a black man, once they give you a contract worth of $1 million, you go and buy a car of $500,000. You never do the contract, though. That is how bad it is. So how do you want us to actually have economic growth? How do you want us to have transformation in our economy? Or how do you expect that we are going to move forward and challenge the big world? We are going nowhere because of Okochicho. It is all about money. It is all about, patronizing the Europeans. They are manufactured, material things, just like cars, clothes, shoes. Maybe so many of you who have never made $1 million or made a lot of money, you will be saying it the way I am saying it. But when you make this small money on your own part and to your own level, you go and use it to buy Gucci. Just like you see musicians in Nigeria today, what they do, who will buy private jet, who will buy the best cars, who will buy the best this, the best, but they cannot build industry. They will not help to actually industrialize the country, because the status quo of Nigeria is on a wrong footing. There is nobody that will come out of it that will think positively. Rather, they will think how to live life in the fullest, compete with those in the US. Those in the US, they have pipe-borne water, they have steady electricity, they don't have they have sewage system, they don't have sockaway, they have everything they want. All they need is to live their life in the fullest. The government make things available for them. When they go old, even if they go bankrupt, they will not go to bed hungry. But what about you? When you go bankrupt, who will see you again? Nobody. Your legacy just go bankrupt. But when you establish an industry where so many people, just like you see, Dangote built a refinery. A refinery was built in the name of Dangote, if I may put it like that, because it was Nigeria that funded that project. Now, in such things, you can bring such initiative, people invest. How many of your celebrities are willing to do that? Rather, they want to come out to act like they are the best in the world. It is not so. You might be the best in the world in music, but that is you are individually the best. If you are the best in the world and where you come from, they are not recognized as anything. You are nobody. They are just glorifying poverty in you. That's exactly when they give you Grammy Award. When they give you these things, they are glorifying the poverty in you. I am telling you the honest truth. They are making caricature of you. Until the African leaders understand the importance of working with the people on the ground, realizing talent on the ground, making use of their talents, you are going nowhere. Regardless of how you feel like you can change the things, how you feel you can maneuver, because they don't know how to do things according to the instruction of that thing. They want to maneuver. It's all about maneuvering. They commit crime against humanity. Yet they will come and be saying they are now advocating for change to Africa. After advocating, maybe Macron will call you on the phone, give you a personal deal, and then you will capitulate. After advocating, maybe Biden will call you on phone. You capitulate and promise you a funding. You capitulate. That is the reason why Ugandan president, I respect him for standing his ground. If not for anything, for standing his ground. That is the type of decisions we want. If you are speaking it, you are doing it. Not you are speaking it and somebody calls you on phone, you capitulate. No. Start with something that is best for majority of your population. You start with something that is best for them. That's how it is. So, we are calling on the Kenyan government to intervene on what happened in their soil. Why was Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kidnapped, tortured for 8 days without food and water? And he was brought back to Nigeria through extraordinary rendition, and there is no geographical, geopolitical quagmire between Kenya and Nigeria, because that is a violation of, it is a security breach. It is violation of a sovereignty. If Kenya was not part of the conspiracy. Now, coming back to it, the criminal syndicate they have established amongst us in the name of faction, they are fighting for Biafra. You know, the reason why they established this criminal syndicate, it is for people to say, he's doing what Mazen Nnamdi Kanu did. We know them. We know them. That is exactly the same way they created a white guy with blue eyes and they say it is your savior. It is your Jesus. They created a black guy with a horn and with a white guy on top of him with a sword and tell you that he is Angel Michael and the black guy is Lucifer. It is always like that. They will make something, they will create a faction. They will create something to depict something to make sure they use it to take away the original from you. But it is quite unfortunate that we black people, is black a curse for real? We always give in to their, to their manipulative moves. We always capitulate. We are very vulnerable. We are very gullible. Why is it so? Why is it so? And tomorrow you think all of a sudden we are going to be great. No, we are not going to be great if we cannot start with ourselves. We need to start with ourselves first. Because the first thing they were able to do was to take away your humanity. And this humanity, it is humanity, for your people. Not humanity for others. Because you can go out there, you'll be acting all good. You'll be acting all good, playing all good in front of these Europeans. You will be acting all good. When you come to your country, you become a beast. You are better outside, but when you come home, you become a beast. Evil beast. So the activities of Simon Ekpa, if it is not actually questioned, me having seen that he is using the names of the, Western influential people to conduct his criminal activities by telling you that Donald Trump endorsed his criminal activities. It is quite unfortunate. It is quite unfortunate that Donald Trump endorsed Simon Ekpa's criminal activities. We are going to continue to ask to find out if indeed he is full of lies. But this exactly, it is actually enough to bring litigants against him. Because if he can use the name of Donald Trump to steal from people, it is a theft under false pretense and it must be dealt with. If the Finland authority cannot deal with it, it means that the Finland authority is part of his conspiracy. Because it is a clear indication that he is committing a crime under false pretense. On the ground, Simon Ekpa is indirectly committing racketeering by taking people's belongings, going to funerals, making sure that the people in the funeral house, they will pay him before they continue to acknowledge their loved ones. All these things he's using his criminals on the ground to do. And yet, Finnish authority did not see it as a crime. There is something behind it. There is indeed something behind it. But now, okay, there is something that I have observed about Tinubu being advised to make some policies that he is making. Remember, not just that he is making those policies. The problem about these policies that he is making, it is the policies that is going to impoverish you. It is the policies that is going to actually make your people to become insecure. It is going to bring the worst, out of people in Nigeria. The fact that people are dying in Mediterranean Sea, they are drowning in the Mediterranean Sea. Of course, you saw that people were drowning in Mediterranean Sea. No one cared. No one go for their rescue. But 5 people sank in a submersible when they were doing adventure. This was adventure they were doing. The whole world stood still, waiting for the outcome of this submersible implosion. Waiting for the outcome. But people are drowning in Mediterranean Sea. Not only in Mediterranean Sea. People were actually, a boat capitulated. A boat carrying more than will I say even up to 500 people, or more than almost 1,000 people capitulated within the period of the time they were looking for submersible. Those people were not seen, and because some of them, I think some of them are refugees, they were not, no one cared about them. Let me see, I believe I still have the video of, the one, not even the one for, yeah, I have the video. Let's look at it.
We begin today's show looking at the titanic disparity and how the world responds to maritime disasters. As many as 700 migrants are feared to have died in a shipwreck last week off the coast of Greece, but the stories received far less attention than the search for the 5 passengers aboard a submersible to view the wreck of the Titanic. On Thursday, search efforts for the submersible ended after investigators found debris near the Titanic at the bottom of the sea. It's believed the 5 passengers died in a catastrophic implosion. The 2 vessels were lost at sea 4 days and 4,000 miles apart. The 5 men who lost their lives on the Titan have been getting wall-to-wall coverage in the media worldwide. Meanwhile, the estimated 700 who died when the Adriana sank off the coast of Greece, mostly women and children, have been essentially forgotten.
Coast of Greece, 700 people, women and children, died in the coast of Greece. No one cared about them. In unequal world that we are. Even that time, there was another incident that took place in Mediterranean Sea. No one talked about it. They were talking about the people they used their conspiracy to kill. 5 people they used their conspiracy to kill. The eyes of the world was actually now on them. While 700 people, because they are not important. Because they are not important. Of course, me and you, we don't need to be a rocket scientist to see that there is a conspiracy behind the death of those 5 people. There is a serious conspiracy. It is the way it is. I told you that the other day, the day we were mourning Marian Heather. The easiest way to eliminate people now, it is through accident. That is the easiest way to eliminate people. Through accident. It is very simple. So that is it. It is actually a digression. So now, what we are actually talking about, it is how unequal the world is, and how Tinubu will continue to make you to run away from that country called Nigeria in the name of establishing policies that is compatible with the Western world, policies that is compatible with a country that has dealt with their poverty rate and unemployment rate rather. Tinubu went into position of power. Whoever that is advising him, I don't know if it is Bill Gates that is advising Tinubu, to the extent that Tinubu is enacting a law and making policies that is going to bring more financial constraint to the people that are already bleeding financially. He is bringing a law. First of all, minimum wage is still 30,000. Minimum wage is still 30,000 naira. Not even up to, it's 30,000 naira up to $100. Is it up to $100? Huh? No. If I say $100, that means I am actually glorifying naira. $1 is around 600 naira, right? $1 is 600 naira. 600 times what will give you? 6 times what will give you 30,000? 30. It is 6 times 5, right? 6 times 5 is 30. So it is $5. Hey, am I right? Is it $5? Is your minimum wage $5? I hope I am not mistaken. Please, if those who knows this mathematics, please, if you can solve it and send it to me and write it on the comment section. I believe it is $5 that is your minimum wage in Nigeria. $5. But Tinubu is enacting a law that will increase the electricity tariff. He is bringing a policy that will start taxing people because you know why he is doing those things? It will attract IMF to give them more loan to steal, because he's looking for how to replenish his pocket for what he spent during this election. They have to attract IMF. Once they start collecting more tax, you are collecting a tax on the people that you did not give employment. You are impoverishing people. $25. Okay, thank you very much, Richie. $25 is your minimum wage. $25 a minimum wage. What a shame. Richie, did you calculate it very well? Are you sure it is even up to $25? Let me do this. $25 a minimum wage. What a shame. And you are planning on not only that, you are bringing up policies that will impoverish these people the more. You are now pushing an agenda to increase your salary as a Tinubu. Are you aware of that? Are you aware that Tinubu is pushing to have his salary increased? Let me set this Facebook. Let me try to bring some more people into this program. No, we'll try it when we see that this is stabilized. So he is trying to actually bring, it's not up to that. Yes, of course, I believe it's not up to $25 Nigeria minimum wage. It's not up to $25 at all. Now he is trying to renegotiate his salary. Tinubu is trying to renegotiate his salary. Let me show you from this. No, sorry for that. I hope you can see here. Can you see there? Let me open it. Let me open it and show you through the phone. For you to see, he is trying to renegotiate his salary while he is making policies that will impoverish you in Nigeria, while trying to renegotiate his salary. I am going to read some of the news for you. He is now, FG increases Tinubu's monthly salary to 8.1 million. VP lawmakers, judiciary officers get 114% salary bumps. While the minimum wage of you in Nigeria Zoo is $25, less than $25, but they want to give him 8.1 million as a salary, while he is still collecting pension in Lagos State. Or did they cancel it? I don't know if they canceled that one. I don't know how their policy in that one work. If you become a president, if they will cut off the pension they are paying you as a ex-governor of a state. So now, if the bump is going to increase his salaries and the cabinet, their salaries, if they are negotiating these salaries, what is going to be your fate as an ordinary person that is a Nigerian? When his salary is increasing, your minimum wage still stands still. Now he say he is giving student loan. He is giving student loan, which is commendable. Now, if he give you student loan, I heard people saying that let it not be the student loan that people will commit suicide when they understand what they have gotten themselves into. He is giving you student loan. Immediately after announcing student loan, people, the world will say, oh, he is changing things. The world will say he is changing things. Developed world, they will say he is changing things. Developed world will not tell you. Those that are pushing his agenda, championing his cause, because they want to use him to make sure that they cripple you as ordinary person of Africa. Before you bring some policies, taxation, monetary policies, you should actually weigh your economy, weigh the people that you want to actually bring these policies to them. Make sure that you establish them, give them employment. More than 66 million people are still unemployed in Nigeria. Somebody is bringing up a policy that will be charging more tax. Somebody is bringing up a policy to increase their own salary and the cabinet, their salaries. 114% bumps towards their income. What does that entail? And don't forget that every tax you are paying, it is to make IMF trust Nigeria the more. It is not for you, for your benefit. The way you see it in every other developed country or advanced country. It is to attract IMF loan. That's why they are increasing your taxation. Now let me read this thing. Another thing I came across. This is the Guardian newspaper. In 30 days of honeymoon, Tinubu's sweeping reforms leave Nigeria poorer, agitated. Leave Nigeria poor, agitated. Now, leave Nigeria poorer, agitated. and somebody will come from economic point of view. Those who are overly educated, who does not have, they don't think, they don't weigh the option. They just tell you they will tell you the rippling benefit, or they will tell you the benefit of what he is doing, without telling you the constraint against the people on what he is doing. They will not tell you that. They will not tell you the rippling effect of what he is doing by making all these so-called reforms. Some of them he stole from the P2B. Some of them he stole from P2B because now he does not even know how to implement them. Now he is bringing up electricity tariff. Now you are going to pay more from your minimum wage of $25. He is bringing it up with 40%. If you are the one working for this minimum wage of $25, how are you going to now buy electricity? What is it going to resolve to the country? It brings insecurity. It brings economic instability in the country, because people who cannot afford to buy it, of course, they will bridge the electricity, and you will not penalize. Of course, they will penalize you if you bridge it because you cannot pay it, because there is no plan even made for people who cannot afford these things. They just impose it on you, because these people, they dictate, and that is final. Even countries that practice dictatorship, they are very good, more than what you are going through in Nigeria. He's claiming that he is reforming the country. Secondly, he removed subsidy. He increased electricity tariff. He is now telling you he's giving you loan, student loan. After taking the student loan, the leverage might be that if you get a government employment, you will not be going home with money, probably. You will not be going home with money. You will work for government for several years. Maybe it is another way. If it is a well-regulated economy. Student loan, it is actually something that is commendable. Student loan. If it is a well-regulated economy, student loan is commendable. But all these people who are looking at their country knowing, because anybody who is advising him is well aware that what they are doing is not going to help anybody in Nigeria. Rather, it is going to make people to suffer and cry more in Nigeria. These are the things they are doing. These are the things they are doing. It is not going to be in benefit of no one. As far as Nigeria economy is concerned, all these things that economists will come and tell you, in a long run, it is going to benefit. Watch and see. It is going to destroy you. There is no way you are going to build in a wrong foundation. It will collapse. Even if Tinubu wants, he should go to US, tell the US economists to come and actually plan for Nigeria. It will never work, because Nigeria has a wobbling foundation. People are unemployed. First of all, before you bring monetary policy, look around your economy. Are people going to afford it? Introducing electricity tariff, it can bring anarchy. It can bring sabotage. It can bring that. But these people, they don't think, because they don't have brains. They allow people to think for them on their behalf. Incompetent people. I thought people were bragging. It is a government that is a technocratic government. Technocrat. And the technocrat. Technocrat na. So the technocrats, it's all about people who will just tell you what helps America, or things that is happening in Europe. so that you implement it in your economy that you don't even know where it starts and where it's going. In an economy that you cannot renegotiate your oil exploration, those companies that are exploiting your oil. If you check the news, in the SADC region of Africa, Botswana is trying to renegotiate with the company that is mining their diamonds, so that they will have more profit. Nigeria is supposed to start with renegotiating with the companies that is actually exploring their oil. They won't do that if they indeed want to do anything. Of course, Tinubu will not stand up tomorrow and say, we are negotiating with Shell, Texaco, all this. No. They will remind him we are the forces that put you in the position of power. Will you shut up there and sit in the position of power before we spoil things for you? He can't do it. I challenge him to do it. I dare him to do so. He can't. Because these are puppet governments. Puppet governments that consolidate with the people who does not want you to have economic freedom. With people who does not want you to have stability. That is what they are. And that is exactly what is showing you. He assumed the office of power. This is the 30 days, the month, 1 month of him being in the position of power. You've been crying from the first day up until now. 1 month. Remember, it don't settle. And for him that is not speaking about the release of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu shows how, unjust he is. It is showing you how unjust he can be. How unjust he can be. Even if he doesn't want to release him, he can persuade those who are using delay strategy. Tell them, let these court proceedings, what is holding these court proceedings? He can question it. What exactly is going on within this with the case of this young man who is critically ill in the DSS facility? He didn't do that. That is to show you how unjust. He started with the demolition of Igbo properties. He started with in his regime, evicting Igbo people from their marketplace, taking away their means of livelihood. He started with intimidation of Igbo people in Lagos State. And he started with trying to impose more tax on Igbo people in Lagos State. Systematic eviction of Igbos from Lagos, because Dangote brought the refinery that will be refining this oil that belongs to Igbo people in Lagos State. That is going to be refining this oil that belongs to Biafrans in Lagos State. This oil does not belong to Nigeria. It belongs to Biafrans. This oil does not belong to Lagos people or Yoruba people. It belongs to Biafrans. But they build a refinery in Lagos to refine oil that is coming out of Biafra land. It's not an insult. They opened the seaport in Lagos. Close every seaport in Biafra land. Is that not sabotage? Is that not do your worst? And they build a refinery to be refining your oil that is from your land in Lagos. And upon that, they are evicting you from Lagos. When you look at yourself, you say, your billionaires are consolidating with them so that they will accommodate them. They don't mind paying the tax because they can afford it. Of course, they are stealing the money. That is exactly what's going on. They don't mind paying the tax. These are a bunch of criminals. What you see going on in Nigeria, it is as a result of you being led by a very greedy dogs that are very, very wicked and has no sense of humor or human sympathy. That's exactly what is going on. And it is very, very bad. Because these people, they don't check the time. They don't check the time. If you look deep into this refinery that is established in Lagos, which made Sanwo-Olu to call Tinubu the rich man of Africa, to call him, "You are one of us." If you look at it, you find out it is even the money that is of the oil coming out from Biafra land they used to build a refinery in Lagos. But whose oil is going to be refined? Biafran's oil. It is very bad. Because all they do is, these people are so fraudulent. Fraudulent. That is what they are. Fraudulent people. Because of this well-orchestrated plan by the federal government and the British oligarch, led by Fulani, against this Igbo race, because they believe Igbo race will one day drive this struggle for Biafra to success. So they have to sabotage them. The hatred on Igbo race, they now use Asare Dokubo to undermine you. They use Asare Dokubo to tell you you are nobody. They use Asare Dokubo to make you believe, to tell you that if you mess up, we kill you, you die woto woto. A creek in the pig, or a pig in the creek. They use the pig in the creek to come and threaten you. Pig in the creek that is not even strong enough. A man that is a coward. If you look at the life of Asare Dokubo, you will understand that he is a coward. He is a coward. But guess what? Ndibo has become more cowardice than Asare Dokubo. That is the reason why Asare Dokubo will even tell Peter Obi, if you become a president, I chase you away. And we see it as a joke. Everyone laughed. Everybody laughed. Today, you have seen it. Asare Dokubo is the talk of town. Very soon now, because what they have advised Asare Dokubo is that Asare Dokubo, you should start working on your emotion. Because Asare Dokubo, you just require romance or bido nyuwa or ring wozibo. Obele romance or bido nyuwa. Just where he is making program, just write something there or bido confess wozibo. He is emotional. Emotional fool that is threatening Ndibo. And Asare Dokubo still cloth on that baliko ka ezibida. Wow, when men are men. Ndibo ndoka manono. When men are men. Asare Dokubo. Oh, they use Asare Dokubo to make sure that they undermine you. Tell you you are nothing. You are nobody. The same way they are using this experiment in Finland. All of these people, they are well, all activities of these people is well orchestrated plan to tell you you are nobody. They are using that one to flare, to make sure that the Biafra land or Igbo land is not at peace, so that it will justify this monopoly of military, the excessive, force of Nigeria armed force against our people. It is well orchestrated plan, but the most thing those who are actually doing this plan, they should not forget the fall of Babylon is at hand. They should not forget the fall of Babylon is at hand. Because at that day, it is going to be like a chest roll. A chest roll. And anybody who is actually with them will fall with them. That's actually the prophecy. Because it is going to take a miracle. A miracle. And that is the prophecy. A miracle. For Africa to be free. Because Africa is mentally damaged. Mind damaged. Mentally destroyed. It will take a miracle for them to be free. Because the people you call your political leaders, they own police and army. They are ready to divide you. They are ready to kill you. They are ready to intimidate you. They are ready to displace you. How are you going to do it? If you start a revolution in Nigeria, they tell you, oh, it's Hausa, you are Igbo, you are Yoruba. They start this ethnicity division so that you don't have oneness. You don't stand one as a one to actually face your boogeyman head on. Now, since they have divided you, push for this, for them to gazette this division. You cannot, because you are mentally unstable. You cannot push for this division to be gazetted. They have divided you during the NSAS. They divided you using Tinubu. Catriona Lane visited Tinubu. People were shot like animals. Catriona Lane, in case if you don't remember, she was a British envoy to Nigeria. She visited Tinubu. And Tinubu was the one collecting money from the toll gate that you people were blocking. And they shot you people like animals. When Catriona Line visited Tinubu, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu told you that the military is coming. They will kill people. Did it happen or did it not happen? It happened. The same Tinubu is in the position of power. Who is your leader? There is nothing you will do to change the fate of Nigeria, because now, if you see, every youth, you got your PVC, there were influencers who was influencing, dancers was dancing, speakers was speaking, and motivators was motivating. Get your PVC. If you haven't gotten your PVC, man can say that those who are saying if you don't get your PVC, they will not give you something on the bed. They did it. There were many ways of trust to Nigeria now. You know, if corruption come to Nigeria, it overwhelmed them. Everybody got their PVC. The youth, we are now prepared. Let us go and make a change through the ballot box. Hey, after going to the ballot box, what happened? They put whoever they want to put there. So whether you go to ballot box, you are wasting your time. For you to have a transformation, for you to have a better future, for you and your family, for you and your children, you need to actually rise up and demand for what is rightfully yours. It is not about taking a voter card, getting a voter's card and going to vote. Voting will not give you anything. Voting will not give you anything. It is a proven fact. On February 25, it is a proven fact that voting is not going to give you anything. It is just that you are lazy mentally. You are foolish. You are irrational. You are, you don't have a morale. Do you think that is the reason why a black man is not yet ready to make a sacrifice? To yet make a sacrifice that will catapult them to success. Europeans, they made that sacrifice. That's why they are controlling you today. What sacrifice are you willing to make? You see how unstable France is. Every day protest in France. Today, police was brutalizing people in France today. That thing that they have wished for Africa, it is actually happening all over the place. But most of the time, who are on the receiving end of this thing? Black people in France. You know, I am beginning to believe that Armageddon will come before Africa will wake up. Armageddon. Now let's go to the Bible. Let us go to the Bible. Of course, there was something there was a program did by Ikenga where he invited the man he called a chief priest or high priest rather, forgive. High priest was talking, and he believed that because he was talking to Ikenga, who does not know Bible, he is telling Ikenga that there is nowhere in the Old Testament where there was a prophecy about Christ. That he went and read the book of Exodus 22. He used it to back up his philosophy that Christ never existed. I know his work, and I know exactly the type of work this young man does, the type of practical work he does. Of course, people who knows me very well knows that I was Onyisin Chwaja in that type of work that he was doing. But it is not something I am going to be disclosing. I will Onyisin Chwaja in the type of work that he said he does. And I know even when he talked about a woman who fell from the chair, he had to kill the chicken, so that it takes blood for that woman to wake up. I know all these things. It is something that I've done. It is something that I did. If this guy that is high priest is a Sabbatarian, I will tell him the names of the high priest of Sabbath churches that he need to, he will make inquiries about them. But it is not. But until we get to that point, I know everything he does. It is actually called a practical work. Even if you see a person who is highly disturbed, we used to do a person who is highly disturbed by some kind of spirit. They are seeing things. If you see a person that is seeing things, I used to do a work. That person will stop seeing those things with only an egg. So it is very important that we are not here to actually talk about ourselves. But the fact is that I have gone into Christianity. I have gone into those who call themselves Judaism. We call them Old Testament people. We have tested all these things. If I am Onyisin Chwaja, that is what I was called, Onyisin Chwaja. Now we have tested all these things. When I tell you that our culture is biblical, and this guy comes to say our culture is biblical, it does not mean that my philosophy and his is the same. My philosophy and his is not the same. Because I have gone through this, I have discovered so many things, and I have come to a conclusion through the historical fact that I have studied over the years that Christ existed. But the way they are telling you about Christ, even there was many things said about Christ in the Old Testament. And I can actually tell you in the Old Testament where he talked about the New Testament. In the Old Testament. It is very important. Or they talked about so many quotations on that day. They talked about so many Bible quotations on that day. If I can remember it, I will read all of them and I will analyze it to you. If you hang on in there, you will see the difference between me and the high priest. I am not a high priest. I'm not a high priest. I am just Judge Money, who is here to educate our people, to enlighten our people, and bring them to the knowledge of the truth. That's what I am here for. I am not a high priest. So there is nothing like which we will say that no, he is doing it to get offering, or he is doing it to get something in return. No, I am doing it to teach you. And I am doing it to teach you how to analyze the Bible prophecy, because it has been the challenges that we have. First of all, what actually, made me to drew my attention towards that program that they did. It was when he talked about, he read the book of, I think I wrote it down. He read the book of, Isaiah 9 verse 6. Let us read the book of Isaiah 9 verse 6. Because we are going to start from the books that he read. We are going to start from those books that he read. There is confusion everywhere. There is a serious confusion everywhere. But we are going to curb that confusion. And we will bring it where you will understand it better. We are going to read the Bible right now. We are not. And that is actually what we are going to contextualize with all these activities of the West against us. We are going to bring it also to the Bible, from the Bible. It is written there. Even from the time of slavery, from everything, it is written there. The prophecy that we are going to sell our people to slavery, it is written there. The prophecy that the US will take monopoly of our lives, it is written there. Now, let us go first of all to the book of Isaiah, where he read. He read the book of Isaiah 9 verse 6. I believe those of you who actually happened to listen to that program, you will remember that he read the book of Isaiah 9 verse 6. We are going to read that book of Isaiah 9 verse 6. Just one moment. One moment. Yes. The book of Isaiah 9 verse 6. Let us read it. and he read the book of, someone was suggesting for them to read the book of John 3 verse 1, Matthew 3 verse 1, and somebody also suggested the book of John. Somebody also, they read the book of Exodus 4:22, where they talk about the Son is given. So let us actually go there. First of all, let's go to the book of Isaiah, where he talked about Israel and the shoulder and the security, the responsibility being on their shoulder or security. Let's read it. Isaiah 9 verse 6. Listen to it very well. Let me start from verse 5. It says, "For every battle of the warrior is with confused noise." Every battle of the warrior is with confused noise. "And the garment rolled in blood, but this shall be with burning and fuel of fire." Now verse 6. "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder." Government shall be upon his shoulder. Oh. You know whom this place is talking about? Government shall be upon his shoulder. Now, but let us read. It is talking about Christ. It is not talking about Jacob. This place is talking about Christ. Listen. "For unto us a child is born." Oh, it's not Christ with blue eyes. Oh. It is not the Christ with blue eyes. It is the Christ that look like me and you. I will also show you where the Bible is analyze how Christ looked like, and how he said that Christ was not beautiful. Bible said that Christ was not beautiful. But the man they show you in the Catholic Church is so beautiful with blue eyes. That is not the one we are talking about. We are talking about original Christ. Now, he said, "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the garment shall be upon his shoulder, and and the government shall be upon his shoulder." Yes, "and his name shall be called Wonderful." Did you hear that? His name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Now, this guy called High Priest said that it is not talking about Christ. First of all, he said that there is no prophecy of Christ in the Old Testament. We are reading the Old Testament here, which is what he read. Is there any place in the Bible where it talked about Jacob being called the mighty God, the everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace? Now let's continue. Let me read verse 7 as well. "Of the increase of his government and peace, there shall be no end upon the throne of David." Upon what? The throne of David. "And upon his kingdom, to order it, and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth, even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this." Now let me explain this place for you. I want to contextualize it with our people. I will prove to you the reason why Igbo enwere eze and Igbo ama nwenatakwana eze until this fulfill. Until this prophecy come to pass. Igbo enwere eze, Igbo ama nwekwana eze. Our people does not have king. Because, you know why? Of course, you know when we are talking about our lineage, that our lineage is of a lineage of Jacob. We are the true bloodline, the Israelite. It is not about those who are occupying it today. They conquered the land. The land belongs to them today. Now, they have conquered the land. So, if a high priest who is telling you that he read Bible and know it all, now call these people and tell you that these people, that the Bible was referring to them, telling you that America cannot do without them, it is actually a tautology. It is quoting a Bible out of context. Now, let me ask you something before we go to analyze this. Let me tell you the people it is talking about. The 12th tribe of House of Israel. Let's go to the book of Genesis first. 46 verse 16. So that we will know where we fall into this. The Old Testament. These are the people of Old Testament. Remember that it is talking about Christ here. That the government shall be upon his shoulder. The government will be upon his shoulder. The government of the world. And that was the reason why the Romans killed him. Because they know his greatness. They know exactly, was he not the government? Was he not the leader of the Jews? He was the king of the Jews before he was eliminated. Because they don't want any government that is going to challenge them. Now, that was actually before, okay, let me go. I don't want to stretch it where you will not understand it. Let us go to the book of Genesis 46, verse 16. Let us actually know if our people are connected to this story, to this biblical context. And that is from there you will know the reason why we will never have a king. We will never have a king. Now let us go to Genesis before I come back to this Isaiah 9. Genesis 46 verse 16. Genesis 46 verse 16. And he says, listen, Genesis 46 verse 16. 15. Let me start from verse 15 for you to understand something. These be the sons of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob. Are you paying attention? The sons of Leah that she bare unto Jacob, so that you will know we are talking about the sons of Jacob. Then he bore to Jacob Pandaaram. He bore unto Jacob in Pandaaram. Pandaaram is where Jacob ran away from when the wrath of the brother was so high against him. The wrath of Esau. After the blessings of the father, he ran to a place called Pandaaram to seek refuge. That's where he had a child there. He had a child there with his daughter. With his daughter Diana and Diana or Dinah, all the souls of his sons and his daughters were 30 and 3. Listen very attentively. Now verse 16 he says, and the sons of Gad. Gad is the seventh son of Jacob. Gad, G-A-D, is the seventh son of Jacob. If Gad is the seventh son of Jacob, now the children of Gad is automatically the grandchildren of Jacob. Now listen to it. The sons of Gad, Ziphion, Hagi, Shuni, and Esbon, Eri, and Arodi, and Areli. That's why you hear the kingdom of Obugad. That is the reason why you hear about Agu Areli. That is the reason why you hear it. That is the reason why people travel from far and wide to go to the kingdom of Agu Areli, where you will find the ancient people, the bloodline, the lost tribes of house of Israel. Now, did you hear that or not? Let me show you so that you read it yourself in the Bible. If you can see it, you can read it. Verse 16, let me highlight it. I am going to highlight it. The place that is more green, that is highlighted. You can read it. This is Bible we are reading. Of course, you must have read it. The sons of Gad, Ziphion, Haggai, Shuni, and Esbon. Eri, the father of Igbo land is Eri. Eri, E-R-I. Now, and Arodi and Areli. Then this guy who said Noguchago, he read all the Old Testament and carried it in his head. He's still calling those people in the Middle East. There is none of them that is here. If you read from this Genesis 46 from verse 1, there is none of their bloodline that is here. Remember, translation has it. You will even find people from different part of Africa, the names from different part of Africa here. In this Genesis 46. You won't find the European name there. Now, another thing is that, let me now confirm to you the reason why we are no longer whom we're supposed to be. The reason why you are not, when we tell you that you are a Jew, you are an Israelite, you become angry. You say we are imposing you to be whom you are not. That we should go to Israel now if you are Israelite. Let me show you something. Because it is very important. I'm starting from the, let's go to the book of Deuteronomy 28. Deuteronomy 28. Let me show you how our heritage was discontinued. The reason why our heritage was discontinued, it is also written in the Bible. I'm going to read it for you. Deuteronomy 28. Let's go to Deuteronomy 28 so that you will know that we are the people because we left the law of Moses because people came with their Christianity and tell you the law, you can no longer keep it. Because they know it is the only thing that... It is through the law that your constitution was built. Through the law that all these laws that was enacted. It is through biblical law that they reformed it, choose the ones they will choose to reform themselves. Now, Deuteronomy 28. Let us read it. Because he also talked about when those people were in the hands of in the land of Egypt. Without knowing that the people he's referring to that was in the land of Egypt was him himself, high priest. It was you that was in the land of Egypt. You and I, and everybody that is, original bloodline. Not these people who came to our land speaking Igbo. No. Let us read the Deuteronomy 28. Deuteronomy 28 from 1 to 15 talks about the benefit of the law. It talks about the benefit of the law. I am not going to read all of them because it is up to 60. It is up to 68. So I'm going to pick up some vital point. I will read verse 1 so that you will understand it. 1 to 15, it is the benefit of the law. If we were keeping the law, these people will never overwhelm us because we had a covenant with our Creator. We have a covenant. I will not say we had. We still have that covenant. If we want to be great today, we go back to that covenant we had with our Creator. We have with our Creator. We renew the vow. Things become spicy again. And the vow has to do with one arm and less than 1 year. You will not betray your brother. It is part of the covenant. You will never ever sell your brother. Just like Berima in Finland is doing today. Just like many Igbos are doing today. You will not sell your brother. It is part of the covenant the blessings of the covenant. Listen to it. Verse 1, it says, and it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations. Above what? All nations. But did he set you above all nations? The answer is no, because you derailed from the commandment. You embrace Christianity where they tell you, no, you don't live by this commandment anymore. You do what you want. Have you now seen the amount of corruption in the world today? Because they told you, no, you don't live according to the law anymore. You live according to the grace. You live by grace. That is the reason why even our women, there is something I saw today. There is something a video I saw today. Let me play it because that video has a lot. It has a lot to explain to what we are doing. Before we proceed about this law, so that you will know exactly what happened to us. What all these things they've told you, you have done away with the law, what it has resulted.
And the school belongs to Biafra people, and the people going to the school are Biafrans.
Not this one. Not this one. Let me find that one. Alright. I believe it's this one.
Mgbe waka ụtọ mgbe oke amamihe burubeghị mmadụ mgbe mmadụ ka nwere ụjọ mgbe ezi ka dị n'ukwu ụkwa.
Correct.
Mgbe gboo mgbe ọ na-abụ nwaanyị anwụta ọkụkọ
ọgbọ nwoke ka o gbuo.
Mgbe otu onye anaghị amụ nwa.
Correct.
Mgbe onye ọbụla ma ihe bụ arụ na nsọ ala.
Alụ na nsọ ala.
Mgbe ọchịchọ eribeghị umeju.
Correct.
Mgbe gboo mgbe a na-azụ nwaanyị azụ ma kwado ya maka alụmdi.
Correct.
Mgbe a ma uru nwa bara. Mgbe ihe anaghị eme n'efu.
Correct.
Mgbe oji ọfọ n'ala.
Correct.
Mgbe gboo mgbe inye ekele bụ ndụ ndị Igbo.
Correct.
Mgbe anaghị agba aka achụ ihe na-ata.
Otu aka ọ dị.
Mgbe agwa bụ mma mmadụ.
Otu aka ọ dị.
Mgbe a na-etufu onye ajọ ndụ n'ajọ ọhịa.
Oh, correct.
Rie ozu ya.
Oh, correct.
Mgbe anaghị ekpuchi eziokwu aka.
Correct.
Mgbe gboo mgbe a na-efe mmụọ. Mgbe a na-asọ ya anya. Mgbe mmadụ na-ebi ndụ mmụọ. Mgbe nwanne anaghị egbu nwanne ya. Mgbe mmụọ na-agbara anyị ọgụ.
Correct.
Mgbe anaghị eke ikpe n'ọnụ otu onye. Mgbe mmadụ na-ezu ezu were azụ udo.
Correct.
Mgbe gboo mgbe a na-edobe iwu obodo. Mgbe nwoke na-echekwaba ezinụlọ ya. Mgbe oke ize ndụ adịbeghị. Mgbe ndị ọgbọ na-akwalite ibe ha.
Okay.
Mgbe udo na aṅụrị na-achị.
Okay.
Mgbe obodo na-emekọta ihe ọnụ.
Love.
Mgbe a na-asọ ndị ichie anya. Mgbe gboo mgbe nwoke na-etozu etozu were alụ nwaanyị. Mgbe obodo na-agba ọgụ.
Okay.
Mgbe anaghị emegbu nwaada na mba. Mgbe etu anyị dị juru anyị afọ. Mgbe anyị na-eji isi anyị echepụta ihe anyị ji eme ihe. Mgbe nwaanyị na-eji di ya eme ọnụ n'ama.
Correct.
Mgbe ụmụ nwaanyị bụ uli mma. Mgbe ama ihe bụ alụmdi na nwunye. Mgbe gboo mgbe ọ na-abụ onye gawa ọkpọrọ nwanne ya. Mgbe a na-eme mmọnwụ. Mgbe ụmụaka nwere nsọpụrụ. Mgbe nwoke anaghị anọ n'ụlọ ewu amụọ n'ọgbere. Mgbe ụmụ nwoke kara aka nọ n'obodo. Mgbe ọha na-amụ nwa. Mgbe ama egwuregwu anyị anaghị ezu ike. Mgbe gboo mgbe nwaanyị na-edobe onwe ya asọ. Mgbe mmadụ anaghị anwụ ka ọkụkọ. Mgbe a na-ajụ ese tupu eme ihe. Mgbe otu onye anaghị akarị obodo. Mgbe nri anyị bụ ọgwụ anyị. Mgbe ụbara ọrịa adịbeghị. Mgbe ụmụada na-akpa ike. Mgbe ezinụlọ na obodo na-abụ ụlọ akwụkwọ nwata. Mgbe mmụọ na-akụziri.
Let me leave it here. Do you know what this lady did now? What this lady read? Everything he said is connected to this Bible portion I want to read for you. Everything she said there is connected to this Bible version I want to read for you. Let me now go there and read it. Mgbe no dị n'ụkwụ ụkwa. Mgbe gboo and our people that they were obubando ayina chuku. When our people were keeping the commandment of God, not our people will be listening to pastors. And you are receiving your blessings. I will pray for you. You don't need to keep the law. I receive your healing. Receive this, receive that. The pastor, I am telling you the honest truth. The Bible confirmed it. Until I use my eyes to see the original, I will not be generalizing. Because as long as they are doing the same way the missionaries who brought you Christianity are doing, who brought you Christianity, Roman Catholic and all that, and you are paying tax to Rome. Everywhere you see Roman Catholic, it is called Roman Catholic. Everywhere you see Anglo Church, it is called Anglo Church. Everywhere you see this, all these things, and they collect their tax in accordingly. As long as they are still under this umbrella, none of them is real according to the Bible. Now, that is the reason why we do no longer know our good norms and value system. Why jawo ipeluchuku ogewi sioye olapi isia omampuchi chaf. But after we are going to church. They are going to say prophesy. You are prophesying evil against them. Why you will not respect their husband anymore, but they will respect their pastor? Kneel down. That is exactly what this woman is saying. Our women are no longer the way they're supposed to present themselves. All for the button of social media today. Can't you see that your women is doing hookups everywhere? Will you still get a marriage material woman easily in our land today? No. Ụmụnwaanyị achọzi mamede mafanu di muta nwa ka na famulo di onye ti ka omulu nwa dowe. Ife abụ nsọ ana. All these things are the things that our people that is against the law of the land. That is are the things that is being violated today. Let us read it. I hope I have built a very, fair ground for you to understand what I am about to read. It says, "And it shall come to pass, if thou wilt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord, to observe and do his commandments, which I command thee this day, the Lord God thy God will set thee high above all nations on the earth." And that is the reason why they make sure they abolish your own, the law that is from the Bible, and they bring you their own, telling you that Jesus, Anya Blue, they have made a way, that he did away with the law. Now you are living according to the grace of America and Europe. That is exactly what it means. You are now living according to the grace of the Europeans, the West. Now let us continue. "All these blessings shall come unto thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God," not through your prophet, because they don't. These are the people who they follow the algorithm. They scale you. Sometimes they take information from people that knows you. They give you as a prophecy. And they know what I am talking about. If they will search the innermost heart of themselves, they know that I am saying the truth. Now, let us continue. "Blessed shall be the fruit of thy body," your children. The fruit of thy body, they will be blessed. "And the fruit of thy ground," your farmland. "The fruit of thy ground," your farm produce. "And your mineral resources." The fruit of thy ground. Are you understanding what is going on here? Now, "And the fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kine, and the flock of thy sheep, they will all be blessed." Because they will be producing their children. Those your sheep, they will be bringing out more sheep at its own season. There is no season that will pass them by without them reproducing to give you profit. Now, have you seen that? "Blessed be thy basket and thy store. Blessed shall thou be when thou comest, and blessed shall thou be when thou goest." There is too many blessings. You will go there and read it. Let me fast forward it so that we will not spend more time. But you will go and read it. Deuteronomy 28. The Lord shall command the blessing upon thee in the storehouse, and in all thy settest thy hands unto. Remember your storehouse, the way you are called Nigeria. Is there any blessing in your storehouse? The answer is no. There will be no blessing in your storehouse, because Nigeria, those that controls Nigeria, they are playing according to the colonial, setup. They are stooge to the colonialist. So there will be no blessing in your storehouse. That's why your storehouse is dry. Your people are dying in Mediterranean Sea. Your people are swallowing substance and going to where they will get killed. That is exactly the reason why it is happening. Now, and all people of earth shall see that thou art called by the name of thy Lord, and they shall be afraid of thee. The whole world was afraid of Africa before. When Africa was Africa, when Africa was answering its original name, the whole world was scared of her. They made the highest riches in the world, the highest kingdom, the greatest kingdom of gold. The kingdom of Solomon was the highest of them all. It was found in Africa. Where are they today? The same people that you taught many things, they are now selling many things you taught them that time to you right now, because you refuse to obey what you have, what you were given. You embrace what they gave to you to replace it, fraction of what you were given. Before they will destroy every formidable thing, they create fraction of it. Just like when you are protesting for the better deal in Nigeria, they create fraction of the protest. They will start committing crime. Then you will reject everything. You will reject the original, reject faction. Everything. Just like they want to come into IPOB with autopilot in Finland. Now let us continue to read. And the Lord shall make thee plain shores in good, in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy ground, and the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers to give thee. The land will be fertile. Let's go to verse 15. Let's go to verse 15 so that we will rush to go to the curse, so that you will see that you are going through that curse. Our problem is that we have eyes we cannot see, we have ears we cannot hear. We have books that tells us everything we cannot understand. No comprehension. Now let us read verse 15, which is the last blessings of the commandment. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Listen to the curses. Verse 16, curse shall thou be in the city, and curse shall thou be in the field. If you go and plant seed, what does it give you? It doesn't give you nothing. In your field, if you go and plant plantain, it does. Sometimes you plant mango, it does not even bear fruit at its season. And you will be asking yourself, what is the reason why this is not bearing fruit during its season? Now you have to import these things from Europe, where they use mechanized farming. But God gave you this blessing. You don't need to use mechanized farming. You will bring them up plenteously. And now, you have to use mechanized farming, eating chemicals. That's why your children are having rapid growth. If you see a child of 10 years, the child will look like a child of 20 years. True or false? And you will be embracing it. It is good. It is good. My child is having a rapid growth. It means they are feeding well. They are aging so fast to die. That is exactly what it is. They are aging so fast to die. Now let us continue. And he says, curse shall be thy basket and thy store. Thy basket and thy store. And verse 18 he says, curse shall be the fruit of thy body and the fruit of thy land, the increase of thy kind and the flock of thy sheep. Curse shall thou be when thou goest out, and curse shall thou be when thou goest out. The Lord shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke in all that thou settest thy hand unto for to do, until thou be destroyed, until thou perish quickly because of the wickedness of thy doings, whereby thou hast forsaken me. We are actually in this mess because we have forsaken our own. We have embraced their own. Now their own now have more followers and fans, blessing their own, while our own is abandoned. And now our own is now against us. Our own that's supposed to pave way for us, we have ignored it. That's when I say our life is all about this Bible prophecy. This was a prophecy that was given more than 5,000 years ago. More than 5,000 years ago. And the curse started 1,600 years ago. Now let me show you. I'm going to show you even when about Asare Dokubo and his slave things he talked about. I'm going to show you how you were taken for slavery because of this same law. It is no longer a joke. Many people may argue that Europeans brought us this. They did not bring us this. We had it. And I am going to show you in the Bible how how everything. I'm still going to show you. How can they bring us this, but their curse is in this book? Their curse. Their doom, Armageddon is in this book. And the sign that will show you that their Armageddon time is now is in this book. How then will they bring us the book that cursed them? It is not possible. They cannot bring you a book that wrote about their downfall, that wrote about the end of their tyranny. It is not possible. But let us continue. Now he said, the Lord shall make the pestilence cleave unto thee until he have consumed thee from off the land, whither thou goest to possess it. They will punish you. They will cleave unto thee. They will destroy you. That is until thou be destroyed. We are destroyed because we are no longer thinking like a free people. We are thinking like slaves. Now, let me go to a place that is the Lord shall make the rain of thy land powder and dust. From heaven shall it come down upon thee until thou be destroyed. That is drought. Drought. You will be looking for food. You cannot see food to eat. Tinubu will be paying you $25 minimum wage and collecting electricity tariff of more than $25 minimum wage that is giving you. It is drought. You will look for it. You will not see it. Now, the Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thy enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. Have you done seen unu afugo? Ebe ọbụna unu ji akpụrụ unu n'ọnụ ndị Igbo. Unu ga South Africa akpụrụ unu n'ọnụ ndị Igbo. It is ndị Igbo. Unu ga India akpụrụ unu n'ọnụ. Anywhere you go, they will remember you. You will be seen as a problem. It is not necessarily that you are the problem. It is because of the curse that follows rebellions. Those who rebel against God. Now, the Lord will smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emerald, and with the scab, and with the itch, wherefore thou canst not be healed. There are many sicknesses today that will come upon you. You cannot be healed. Meanwhile, you will not have access to a good hospital. The Lord shall bring madness, blindness, astonishment. Now let me go further, because there is something I am looking for. I know that it is. Now, thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build an house, and thou shalt not dwell therein. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shalt not gather the grapes thereof. Who is taking your oil today? Who is taking your oil? If you plant a vineyard, Fulani cattle will go there, Talichaya. The Fulani cattle will destroy it. We are telling you the reason why I am making reference of our people. It is the one you know. Most of you who are listening to me, it is the one you know. That's why it is not because it is only our people. There are many places, even in Zimbabwe. It is the same curse that is actually destroying them. Zimbabwe, you see them, Congo, you see them in many places in Africa. Our people were scattered across the nations of the earth. They were discontinued from their heritage. They don't have their heritage anymore. They have other people's heritage. Now let us continue. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thy eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all day long, and there shall be no might in thy hand. Have you now seen? This is where the beginning of slavery started. The beginning of Elewanne started. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thy eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in thy hand. You will not have that strength to actually retrieve them. As a result of our people all over Europe, they call them black Europeans, black Americans. The fruit of thy land and all thy labor shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up. This one is obvious to everyone. I don't need to explain this. The fruit of thy land and all thy labor shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up. Your oil, your gold, your uranium, your californium, your name them, your timber, everything you own, they take it raw, give you peanuts. They refine it, they bring it and sell it to you with a huge amount of money. That's what it is talking about. Facebook will start kicking you out because they don't like the truth. And the truth we must give you. If Facebook kick you out, or any of them, bring yourself back in. Because you'll be watching, they will just kick you out from the page. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which he shall set over thee unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there shall thou serve other gods. Now, pay attention to this. Pay attention to this. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy father have known. Your father did not know these people who came to colonize you, nor you. You didn't know them. He will bring them unto you. And there shalt thou serve other gods, wood and stone. What is Ebuka Obi serving today? What is whenever you see Ebuka Obi's church today? What is there? Wood and stone. That is Catholic. That's what they brought to you. Wood and stone. You bow down to them. Have you now seen the prophecy is here? You will serve other God. That is wood and stone. So how could these people bring you Bible that contradicts everything that they gave to you? You will serve God, wood and stone. Ask Mbaka, ask Ebuka Obi, why are they having wood and stone? They call it Christ, they call it Virgin Mary. The Bible says that they will send to those to you where you will serve other gods, wood and stone. Obey Jesus. The statues of, they call it Jesus Anya Blue. It is the other gods you are serving. In that cross, in that wood, there is a stone that is like this. That is the wood and the stone, cement that made a stone. That is the gods you are serving. Have you now seen the reason why I rejected this there Jesus with blue eyes and reject everything about it? Because it is actually what was given to us, so that our God will turn back on us. Exodus 20 say, thou shalt not bow down to any graven image. Any graven image. But they brought you a graven image, wood and stone, in the name that it is Jesus. You are bowing down to it. Why do you think your God will not leave you? Now let us continue. And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among nations whither the Lord shall lead thee. Byword, astonishment. You know what it means. What's up, nigga? Nigga is a byword. Astonishment. They will make caricature of you. They will give you a special name they will use to recognize you. They have given you so many names, but nigga is the most famous one. Hey, what's up, nigga? And you actually accepted it. You don't have a choice. You must accept it. So that is it. The prophecy is here. Now I am going to shock you now. Thou shalt carry much seed out into the field, and shall gather but little, for the locusts shall consume them. Who are those locusts? Who are those locusts? It is not just the locust that is consuming what you have in your farm. You will send your oil out for refineries, for them to refine it. When they are bringing it back, you are paying more. And it is actually bringing inflation because you are importing too much. You don't have a GDP growth because you are importing more than you are exporting. Have you now seen how locusts will eat it? By the time it comes back to you, you will not make any profit. Have you now seen? It is very simple. Let us continue. Thou shalt plant vineyard and dress them, but shall neither drink of the wine nor gather the grapes, for the worms shall eat them. Thou shalt have olive trees throughout all thy coast, but thou shalt not anoint thyself with the oil, for thy olive shall cast its fruit. Now, if you have gold, but you don't have finished product. You have oil, but you cannot refine it. You have olive tree, but you are buying olive oil. So it is exactly what it is. You have olive tree. You have trees that bears you olive, but you cannot refine. You cannot have a original olive oil. They will take the original olive, bring you the remains of the olive. That's exactly what it means. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. Have you now seen the reason why me and you, we are in a captivity? Some of you, 20 years, have you seen your parents? No, you will not see your parents. Your parents are also longing for you. Some of you, 15, 10 years, 20, 50, it is a curse. It is not ordinary. No Europeans can do that. It is not possible because they are not under this curse. They are free. Let me read it again. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. We are into captivity. Now I'm going to read the one of them, the ones that were taken by force. It is coming. Pay attention. All thy trees and fruit of thy land shall the locust consume. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee, very high, and thou shalt come down very low. When the Lord Lugard was the governor of Protectorate, were you low or were you high? You were low, he was high. The stranger that is within thee, Lord Lugard, the governor of the Protectorate, your colonizers. That's why you call them imperialists today. They control thee. They dictate for you, even though they are not from your land. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to them. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. You see IMF loan. How much do you owe? Does anybody owe you in Europe? Does anybody owe you in Asia? You are lending from them. You are actually receiving from them, loaning from them, but you are not lending to anyone. You are owing them, but nobody owes you. It is a curse. It is something that you see in everyday lives. You will be the tail, they will be the head. Because you refuse to do one thing. Acknowledge your God. The God of Africa. You refuse to acknowledge them. Now, moreover, all this curse shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed, because thou hast hearkened not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandment and his statutes which he command thee. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. Forever is the fourth generation. Fourth generation. We are the fourth generation. So we are the seed that will do good things that our children are going to inherit. That is the reason why the book of what was that? Is it Zechariah? The book of Zechariah 13 verse 8. That says that two parts of us will be cut off. Those that they refuse to change, like those that are killing our people, enforcing senseless sit at home. Those that are oppressing people because of them hating them, because of them feeling that they are privileged more than them. Those that are oppressing people because just like the people are oppressing you in Lagos. They are oppressing you because they can. Two parts of them are going to be cut off. Now, the Lord shall bring a nation against thee. This is verse 49. Pay attention. Against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as a swift as eagle, from the end of the earth. Do you know where is the end of the earth? Of course, you don't know. the head of Babylon. North America is the end of the earth. Do you know that? Babylonian land is the end of the earth. You know, when we say Biafra land is a 0 latitude and 0 longitude, you don't understand it. A nation will come from the end of the earth, the land of Babylon, unto you. So many of you who are overly educated will tell us that Babylon is in the Middle East. You are overly educated. Maybe you are a theologian. You will tell us that Babylon is in the Middle East. But I am going to prove it to you that Babylon is where I am telling you, the end of the earth. Now let's continue. They shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as eagle, as the eagle. What is in the logo of the American flag? What is in the logo of American flag? It is as swift as eagle. Flyeth is as swift as eagle that flyeth. These people, their army, their everything, as swift. Their response, as swift as eagle that flieth. That's why they have eagle as their logo. Nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. That's why today they impose that tongue for us to understand it by force. So that we will be, speaking their language. We will no longer have secret. They plan to discontinue our heritage, including our language. So that we will speak only theirs. Our children, if we continue in this thing we are doing, our children will no longer know our language. They will only know English. And they will continue to compete with one another. Who speak best English is the most intellectual. A nation of fierce countenance, we shall not regard the person of old, nor show favor to the young. Now listen to how they did not regard the people of old or show mercy to the young. And he shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land. Are you familiar with it? Are you familiar with it? Just pay attention. Until thou be destroyed, which also shall not leave thee either corn, wine, or oil. They will not leave your corn, wine, or oil. Anything that is your resources, they will take it. They will make use of it. You will not benefit from it. They will just pay back these criminals called your leaders. They just give them paper money. They forget. They will call them, come and take. Give me paper money. You as an ordinary person, you will never benefit from it. Did you benefit from it? If you benefit from it, it means that what the Bible is saying is lying. If you ever benefited from it, other than these few individuals who have to sell you before they benefit from it. Remember, we are actually bringing you to know whom is the Israelite, the sons of Jacob, that I read to you in the book of Genesis 46. Before we now go to this book that the high priest talked about, and he was talking about the Israelite having the shoulder of the government on their shoulder, and he's referring to Ashkenaz. I want to prove something to you now. And he said that, let me read this place. And he shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land, until thou be destroyed, which also shall not leave either corn, wine, or oil, or the increase of thy kind, or flock of thy sheep, until thou be destroyed. And he shall besiege thee in all thy gate, until thy high and fence wall come down, wherein thou trustest throughout all thy land. And he shall besiege thee in all thy gates throughout all thy land, which the Lord thy God hath given to you. You know how? They will besiege thee in all thy land. Everywhere you are. If they cannot control you remotely, They control you by placing a military base there. Oh, Bible is plain to understand. But those who create the faction of understanding of the Bible makes you not to understand it. Now, let's continue. You will not have security fence. They will break it down. Territorial integrity. That is what it talks about here. They will break it down. Your territorial integrity. That is the fence he's talking about. You will not have such like them. And thou shalt eat thou shalt eat the fruit of thy own body. Have you not seen people eating human being? You saw people eating human being. The flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which the Lord thy God had given unto thee. Now you will realize that there are part of people who eat human flesh. And now, the reason why he called them the sons and thy daughters, it is because we are one people. We had one parent before we start moving forward. If you kill me, you have killed your own brother. If I kill you, I have killed my own brother or my sister. That's the way it is. You are killing yourselves because you believe you can. You don't know you are destroying your own self. That's why before you extend the love, you must love yourself. Now, the Lord has given unto thee, and in the siege and in the straitness, wherewith thy enemy shall distress thee, so that the man that is tender among you and a very delicate, his eye shall be evil towards his brother. Wow. Hit the nails, nip it in the bud. This is exactly what he says. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eyes shall be evil towards his brother, and towards thy wives of his bosom, and towards the remnant of his children, which he shall. Why are you doing money ritual today? Okite everywhere now. Onna wasn't okite. Money ritual. Even children are going to look for a way to use their people to sacrifice, to make money. Have you not seen it in the Bible? Delicate ones. They will go to be looking for. They will hate their siblings to the extent they don't mind using them. They don't mind. It is exactly what we are going through. Now, and towards her young one that cometh from the between feet, if thou wilt not observe to do all the words of the law that are written in this book, that thou mayest fear this glorious and fearful name, the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God. If you cannot acknowledge him, that he is one and only, he is not, you can't make him through wood, carving of wood and paving of cement. You cannot make him through that. If you cannot realize, you will continue to be impoverished. If you continue to bow to Alosea Catholic Wetelun, you will continue to be poor and dying in hunger and starvation. Now, let's continue. Then the Lord will make thy plague wonderful, and the plague of thy seed, even the great plague and of long countenance, and sore sickness, and of long countenance. What is malaria? What is typhoid? What is cholera? What is all these things? It is the plague. It is coming. It comes to you. It will never go. Where did it come from? Did it come from heaven? Or from the hell? What is cancer? What is prostrate? What is all this rubbish? Do you used to suffer these things before? The answer is no. But the plague is here. You are suffering all these things because you refuse to do one thing. You rebel against one thing, the commandment. Any pastor will come and tell you that you are Jesus read Galatians for you. Tell that pastor to go to hell. I am telling you honest truth. If you learn how to do it, you will start flourishing. They tell you the law does not exist anymore because they want to weaken you in order to lie to you to enrich themselves. That's what they are doing. Now let's continue. This is Old Testament and we are going to confirm it in the New Testament because some of them will be preaching to them. They are reading the Old Testament. That is, pastors are New Testament. High priests that came to Ikenga's platform, those are in the Old Testament. Have you now seen Hakelieke? They will never embrace it all because they don't understand it all. Because they are not exposed to the knowledge of the truth. High priest to know the truth partially. He knows the truth partially. But the problem is that he does not know the full truth. Let's continue. And ye shall be left few in number. Have you now seen? You shall be left few in number. What do you call these things? Population control. Population control. Do you know now China is now sponsoring their people so that they will start having more children? They will start paying people to have more children. To China, they want more children because they have their population is aging. They have aged population. So very soon they will all be dying off. Plus COVID take a lot. So they want to give people up to 1 million naira. They will pay the child 1 million naira until the child is 5 years old. Equivalent of 1 million naira. Until the child becomes 5 years old. So for you to know, they are now seriously encouraging. But now, your numbers are dwindling. Your numbers is dwindling because of so many plagues, sickness, and all that. And ye shall be left few in number, whereas ye were as the stars of heaven for multitude, because thou wouldest not obey the voice of the Lord. That's why you will be left few in number. Remember that this prophecy is still going to fulfill. It is still the prophecy that the precept is still the Zechariah 13 verse 8, where it says that 2 parts of you will be cut off and die. That is the Zechariah 3 verse 8. It is still connected to this prophecy. This was prophecy. So many of them have fulfilled. Now, let's continue. And it shall come to pass that as the Lord rejoiced over you to do you good and multiply you, so the Lord will rejoice over you to destroy you and to bring you to naught, and ye shall be plucked from off the land whither thou goest to possess. Have you now seen the reason why we are not in Middle East today? Do you see the reason why we are not in the Middle East today? The land he gave to us to possess, he take us from there and give it to other people, glorify them, that people will see them as us. Have you now seen the reason why they will have the audacity to give you Jesus, that is white, blue eyes? Because everything of your glory has been turned to shame, and they took advantage of it. Now let us continue. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of earth even unto other, and thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou or thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. Another one. It says it again. it means that this is serious. It says it again. This is serious. Some people are Hindu today. Some of our people in India, they are Hindu today. They are Tamil. They are Muslim. They are Christian. Now, and among these nations shalt thou found to ease. Neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest, but the Lord shall give thee the trembling heart and failing of eyes and sorrows of mind. And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and have none assurance of life, of thy life. True or false? Do you have assurance of thy life? If not, your people shooting you, killing you, what else? You will die in Mediterranean Sea. It is the truth. Or police will kill you, or army will kill you. You don't have assurance of your life. In the morning thou shalt say, would God it and okay, let me read the 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt set it no more again, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. There will be a time that no one will want you, just like now. No one desires you now. This is the last plague on our people. You see the way Yoruba people don't want you. If you go to South Africa, they don't want you. If you go to India, they don't want you. Even sometimes in many places, they don't want you. No one will want you. That's why it says no one will buy you. But if you check, I missed something. There is something I missed here. When he talk about those who travel with slave ship, they sold you through a slave ship. I missed it. But it is here. And that is where this guy is supposed to know that we were the ones that was taken into captivity through a slave ship, where they put the yoke of iron on our neck. Now, let me just show you that part. Let me show you that part. Let me see. Let me read verse 48. I think it is in verse 48. I missed it because I was jumping so many of them just to get. Okay, let me start from verse 46. Thou shalt be upon thee for signs and wonders. Now verse 47. Because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and the gladness of heart, the abundance of all things. Therefore shalt thou serve thy enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee in hunger and in thirst. Are you not hungry and thirsty today? In nakedness and in want of all things. When our people was taken to the slave ship, were they wearing clothes? They were serving their enemies in hunger and in thirst, in nakedness and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. Remember that when they sent them, there was a yoke of iron just for them to be in line. The slaves, they were put in line. It was a prophecy given. Our people ignored it. They couldn't read it. And that's when these people came up with, if you want to hide something, hide it in a book. for a black man not to see it. Because this thing was there. We had it, we couldn't see it. The yoke of iron on our neck, on their neck, on the neck of our black Americans, black Europeans, they were destroyed. They were boom pulled by yoke of iron. They were not putting a chain on their neck during the time of slavery. Now let me go further. And put a yoke of iron on thy neck until they have destroyed thee. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of earth, as a swift eagle flieth, and a nation those tongue thou wilt not understand, a nation of fierce countenance. Now let me also look for the slave ship, because slave ship I'm supposed to find it here. Now, okay, and thou shalt bring thee into Egypt again with the ships. With ships. Verse 68, I read it. Bring unto Egypt again with ships. You know what is Egypt is referring to? The place you are going to serve. Remember, Egypt was a place we went for slavery for the first time. And he saved us. He gave us our inheritance. And we were pulled out of it because we cannot maintain it. We could not obey the law that governs what he gave us. He gave it to other people, which is that the people living in the Middle East today. And for you to know that everything that is written, it is talking about us. Now you have noticed that it is about us. We were the Israelites. We were the Jews that our blessing has been turned into curse. Those people in the land, they are not. They converted to be the Jews. They converted. They took over the land. The people who are aware of it are the Muslims in the Middle East. They are aware of it. Especially the Iranians. They know it. And I can tell you even about Iran in the Bible. I can tell you the Bible talk about the Irans in the Bible, in the book of Isaiah. And they will be the one to lead the Armageddon. They will be the one to start the Armageddon. But let me go back to the book of Isaiah 9:6. Let's go back to what we were doing before we go. The reason why I read here for this high priest to understand that he is, when we talk about Israelite, it is not talking about people there. That he is saying that even America, without Israel, they can do nothing. In that area, you are very far from, the real thing. Let's read the Isaiah 9 verse 6 again. It says, for unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Why is it Jacob that was? How can Jacob be called the Prince of Peace? How can Jacob be called by Counselor, Wonderful, and the Mighty God? Who is called Mighty God? It is Christ. It is Christ. So whatever politics he bring about, what he was saying in Ikenga's platform, it is a tautology. It is wrong. It was Christ. It is the prophecy of Christ. In the Old Testament, there are many of them. Let us continue. Let me now break it down. Let me break it down for you. Let me break it down for you. Let's go to the book of, so that you will understand that he said there is no prophecy of Christ in the Old Testament. This high priest said there is no prophecy of Christ in the Old Testament. But we are reading the Old Testament. But let me shock you, because maybe Isaiah is far closer to the New Testament. That's why maybe he doesn't understand that it is talking about Christ. Let us read the book of Psalm 40, the book of Psalm, so that we will understand whether there is prophecy of Christ in the Old Testament. The book of Psalm 40. Psalm 46 to 9. Let's read the Psalm 46 to 9. Sacrifice and offering thou didst, sacrifice and offering thou didst not desire. My ears hast thou opened. Burnt offerings and sin offering hast thou not required. Okay, this one is talking about when Christ, okay, this is about Christ. And that is the abolition of animal sacrifice. And who replaced the animal sacrifice? It was Christ. So that it will stop. Now let me continue to read. Sacrifice and offering, because he said that he did sacrifice, he did this, he did that. That is the reason why I don't do practical prayers like he was talking about anymore. I don't actually, indulge in those practical prayers anymore. Even when I used to do it, it was effective. But I don't indulge in it anymore. Because the reason why I am telling you this, like I have, if you look at it, if you look here, do you know what is this? That is it. That is the, there are so many practical prayers into this book. There are many things that, we have seen, but when you get the knowledge of the truth, you will understand what you need to do. When you speak, things are in order. Listen to this. Listen to this. Sacrifice and offering thou didst not desire. Mine ears hast thou opened. Burnt offerings and sin offering hast thou not required. You know the reason why he cannot require those things? Because it is Christ who came and abolished it. So it is talking about Christ. Christ will be the one that will bring the end of this sacrifice and burnt offering. He will be the one. That is the only law Christ abolished because of poverty in the land. So that our people will not have to, if you don't have money to buy goat, ram, you will not be seen as Osu in the community. So that is the reason why, to make it easy for the poor. That's why he no longer desire animal sacrifice. It is about Christ. Now, verse 7, he says, Then says I, Lo, I come, in the volume of the book, it is written of me. What is the volume of the book in the Old Testament? What is the volume of the book? The volume of the book simply means New Testament of the Bible. Have you now seen it? They tell you that the New Testament doesn't exist. But he said he come in the volume. Volume, there is volume 1, there is volume 2. In the volume of the book, that's when Christ come. So those people who believe in Old Testament and don't believe in New. The Old Testament is telling you about New Testament. Let me read it again because so many of you are confused right now. Sacrifice and offering thou didst not desire. My ears hast thou opened. Burnt offering and sin offering hast thou not required. Then said I, Lo, I come in the volume of the book. It is written of me. The New Testament is written of who? Christ, the volume of the book. The book of Psalm 40. The book of Psalm 40. That's what we are reading. So those of you who are saying the New Testament does not exist, you don't know what you are doing. We must know this message. We must know the truth. It will make us free. And there is no way me and you will go to war when we don't love ourselves. And the only thing that will make us love ourselves is because we have to understand the law. Say, love thy neighbor as you love yourself. How can I go to war against our enemy when I don't even trust you? Have you now seen that we must recognize the truth and the law before we will win in life? Because I will be doing, somebody will be there sabotaging. If I will be there building, somebody is destroying. That is the same way IPOB, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, is building and suffering. Simon Ekpa is there, stealing and destroying. How can we promote, how can we move forward without the law? Now, I delight to do thy will, O my God. Yea, thy law is within my heart. Who is the law within his heart? It was talking about Christ. Some people will say it is David. It is not. It is written of me. It is written of me in the volume of the book. That is Christ. The law is within his heart. Listen, I have preached righteousness in the great congregation. Lo, I have not refrained my lips. O Lord, thou knowest. Listen, in this place, you will, in the book of Psalm 46, hold on. Psalm 46 to 9. Psalm 46 to 9. Sacrifice and offering thou didst not desire. My ears have thou opened. Burnt offering and sin offering hast thou not require. Then said I, Lo, I come in the volume of the book. It is written of me. Now, let me show you somewhere else. Let me show you something else. One moment. Now, let's go to the, because I want them to know that Christ was talked about in so many books in the Old Testament. Let's go to Hebrews. Let's go to Hebrews. For you to know it is about Christ that the psalm is talking about. I know so many of you might be confused and say it is prayers of David. That's a lie. We know prayers of David in the book of Psalm. Now, inside the book of Psalm, it is different. Now, let's confirm this in the book of Hebrew 10, 5 to 9. In the Old Testament, Hebrews 10. Just hold on. Let me. Just one moment. Let's go to Hebrews 10. Hebrews 10 in the New Testament to confirm what we have read in the Old Testament rather. I made a mistake. It is not. Hebrews 10 to confirm what we have read in the book of Psalm, Old Testament. Hebrews 10. 5 to 9. Hebrews 10, let's do it 5 to 9. We're going to read. If you have your own Bible, bring it out. I want to confirm to you what we read in the book of Psalm, where it is also where it appeared in the volume of the book. It repeated in the volume of the book. 5 to 9. Now, it says in Hebrews 10:5. Don't forget what we read in the book of Psalm 40. Do not forget what we read in the book of Psalm 40. In the book of Psalm 40, 6 to 9. We are now going to Hebrews 10, 5 to 9. Don't forget. Now, verse 5, it says, so also Christ glorified not himself to be made an high priest. Christ glorified not himself to be made an high priest, but he that said unto him, thou art my son, today have I begotten thee. Thou art my son, today have I begotten thee. Listen attentively. As he said also in another place, thou art a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. There is something I want to tell you now, but many of you may not understand. Do you know that Melchizedek has connection with Christ? Melchizedek has connection with Christ. Do you know about that? You will not know about it, and you will not understand it. Now, as he said also in other place, thou art a priest forever for the order of Melchizedek, who in the days of his flesh, remember Melchizedek in the day of his flesh, when he had offered up prayers and supplication with strong crying and tears unto him that was able to save him from death, and was held in that he feared. Just hold on. I think sorry, I am reading Hebrews 5, not 10. It is not what I was looking for actually. But even that 5 actually it makes sense. But let's read Hebrews 10. Hebrews 10, 5 to 9. Sorry. I was reading Hebrews 5. Now, 5 to 9. Wherefore, when he cometh unto the world, he said, sacrifice and offering thou wouldest not, but a body hast thou prepared me. A body hast thou prepared me. Remember, let me open the book of Psalm. I will read the book of Psalm again, so that you will understand the similarity of what we are reading. Then we will complete this one. Precept must be upon precept for you to understand Bible. You must know the precept. Let me open the Bible, because I'm opening it in different places now, so that we will not be opening and closing. Let me open it in the computer also, so that we will join the precept. People will say it is copy and paste because they don't want to believe it. You know why this high priest does not want to believe the Bible, the New Testament? Because those living in Israel, they don't believe in New Testament. They don't believe in Christ, because Christ was actually their nightmare. They were so scared that the king was born. But let me read it. Let me read the book of Psalm 40, 6 to 9. It says, sacrifice and offering thou didst not desire. My ears have thou opened. Burnt offering and sin offering hast thou not required. Then says the Lord, I come in the volume of the book. It is written of me. Now, Let's go to the volume of the book. Hebrews 10, from verse 5. Wherefore, when he cometh into the world, he said, sacrifice and offering thou wouldest not, but a body hast thou prepared me. In burnt offering and in sacrifice for sin thou hast had no pleasure. Is it not the same thing? Now, the volume of the book. Then said I, lo, I come in the volume of the book. It is written of me to do thy will, O God. Above, when he said, sacrifice and offering, and burnt offering, and the offerings of sins, thou wouldest not, neither hadst pleasure therein, which are offered by the law. Now, for you to know that he abolished the law. He abolished the law of animal sacrifice. That's why he cannot delight on this sacrifice anymore. He can no longer delight or take pleasure on this sacrifice anymore, because Christ abolished it. Only that law was the law Christ abolished. And so many people say he abolished everything. Now let me read verse 9. He said, he, lo, I come to do the will of God. He taketh away the first, that he may establish the second. Did you hear that? He taketh away the first, that he may establish the second. He came to, he came to do the will of God. And the will of God is to save the poor from being exploited of animal sacrifice. And he took away the first, that he may be the second. Now, let me clarify it. Let me clarify this more. Let's clarify this more. The book of let me read the book of Jeremiah 31 to 32. Listen. Behold, the days cometh, says the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel. Have you now seen? You see all this curse that was laid upon us in Deuteronomy 28. Now behold, time cometh, and before this time, the book of Zechariah 13 verse 8 is going to fulfill, where 2 parts of us is going to be cut off. I want you to understand that whatever the Bible says, it has its own meaning in another place. Now he said in the book of Jeremiah that I will make new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, the scattered tribe. The scattered tribe. He will make new covenant with them. All these ones that are scattered amongst the nation of the earth, he will make new covenant with them. Remember the curse in Old Testament, of course in the book of Deuteronomy, the book of Moses. Now in Jeremiah, it tells you that he will make a new covenant that will abolish such curse he laid upon us, because we will serve our slavery with the first and the third and the fourth generation of our children that are going to suffer the consequences of the sins of their father. After that fourth generation, he will establish a new covenant, which is that covenant that that he is about to establish, which is the reason why we are here doing what we are doing today. Behold, the days come, says the Lord, that I will make new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. Is he going to make a new covenant with the people that are already set for life, which are the ones in the Middle East today, that high priest is calling the people the Bible was talking about? The answer is no. Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand or at the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt. It is going to be a new covenant. It is not that of old covenant. Now listen to hear it. In the hands and bring them under which my covenant they break. Remember, we are reading the book of Jeremiah 31 to 32. They broke that initial covenant, so he is going to make the new one. That is the reason why you see me reading Deuteronomy 28. He dealt with us already. After he might have dealt with us, he will make a new covenant with us. And now, after the one, not the one they have broken, although I was an husband unto them, says the Lord. God is married to Israelites. God is married to the Jacobs. So that's why when we sin against him, he will he divorce us. We will start wallowing in our ignorance. We will start wallowing like a sheep without a shepherd. We will be scattered everywhere, with no one coming to help us. Rather, people are coming to kill us because we have derailed from the old covenant. That's why he is going to make a new covenant with us. Now, let me check. I'm still coming back to clarify high priest. Because I want to make high priest to understand that we are the children of the book. We are the people that the reason why we don't have king today. Let me show you. Let me show you the reason why we do not have king. But before we go there, I want to read all these verses in the Bible that they mentioned yesterday so that we will analyze it. Let me read the book of Matthew 3 verse 1. It is coming from them. I've been reading from my side. Let me read the book of Matthew 3, the New Testament. The beginning of New Testament is the book of Matthew. Where 3 verse 1. In those days came John. In those days came John the Baptist, preaching in the wilderness of Judea, and saying, repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. For this is he that was spoken of by prophet Isaiah, saying, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make his path straight. Have you now seen John the Baptist has connection with prophet Isaiah? Has connection with Isaiah. That is exactly what they were talking about yesterday. It is when John the Baptist was preparing the coming of Christ. He was preparing the coming of Christ. And John the Baptist was a prophecy of Isaiah. Was spoken of by the prophet Isaiah, saying, the voice of the Lord crying in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make his path straight. That is what they read yesterday. And it was someone in the comment section that was recommending this. And I believe he was recommending it when this guy was saying there is no prophecy of Christ. But now, the person that was sending this verse misunderstood him. He said there was no prophecy of Christ in the Old Testament. That's why I started reading the prophecies and where they talked about Christ in the Old Testament, and where Christ said that he is going to be seen in the volume of the book, which is starting from the book of Matthew, which is the second volume of the book. Now that is where John the Baptist now started preparing the ground for his arrival. They talked about the book of John, but I am not sure of John what they talked about, but I am going to read the book of Exodus 4 verse 22. It is part of what they talked about. Exodus 4 verse 22. Because I want to touch on all these places where they read so that we will differentiate it. 4 verse 22. And thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, thus says the Lord, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. Okay, this place now it speaks about Israel. It speaks about Israel. God have many, he have son. And from, why Israel is God's son. This is different from what they were saying. Israel is my son. There is also a place he said, Israel is my first son. Israel is my first son. Because you see, it is through the lineage of Israel that Christ is given. Let me check it if I will find where it says Israel is my firstborn. Okay, let's continue to read. Let me read further. Let me start from verse 20. Moses took his wife and sons. Okay, no. And the Lord said unto Moses, when thou goest to return into Egypt, see thou do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put in thy hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. Have you now seen when I told you that all these things that is happening, Africa is waking up to know the truth. God still hardened the heart of the West. It is history repeating itself. He is hardening the heart of Britain, hardening the heart of the US. They will, because they believe that once you consistently be doing what you are doing, ignore the outcry, ignore people crying, they will get tired. That's how he hardened their heart, so that they will not see that it is time for them to actually let go. He will harden their heart so that the time of Armageddon, when it comes, you will not even cry for them, because it is going to be very bad. It is going to be very bad. The time of Armageddon. In the book of Isaiah. Isaiah 13. So that is the Armageddon. Now it is going to be very bad. That is the reason why he has to harden their heart. They will be believing it is business as usual. You are crying to Britain. Britain, let Biafra go. Britain insists, ignore you flat, and acting as if they cannot hear you. Consistently maintaining their action. God has hardened their heart. Because that hardening of the heart is what is going to bring their doom. It is not coming from you. It is coming from themselves. That is exactly what the part of it that is very, very interesting. Now, let's continue to read. And the Lord said unto Moses, go and return into Egypt. See that thou do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I will put in thy hand, but I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. And thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, thus says the Lord, Israel is my son, my firstborn. Did you hear that? It means that God has the secondborn, which was Christ. I want you, if this part, Israel is my son, my firstborn, he clarified it. He clarified it. He is my son, my firstborn. So there is a secondborn. Are you paying attention? So there was Christ. If he specified that there is a firstborn, it means there is a secondborn. And the secondborn is come out of the offspring of Israelite, from the Judah tribe. According to the book of Hebrews 7 verse 14, or is it Hebrews 7:14? The Lord sprang out of Judah. Hebrews 7, let me read it. Let me read it quickly. Hebrews 7. Because now you say that Israel is my son, even my firstborn. Let me finish this one. We go to Hebrew. And I say unto thee, let my son go, that he may serve me. And if thou refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn, because you are holding his firstborn. The high priest said the same thing, and it is true. Let my firstborn go. He slayed all the first son. That's why I said high priest know some truth, but he does not know all. And the reason why he does not know all, he is seeing the people in the Middle East as himself, because he is seeing them as himself. And that is what is actually depriving him of knowing the full truth. And secondly, relying on the animal sacrifice. Now let's continue. And it came to pass. Okay, let me leave this place. Let me leave this place. Remember Isaiah 9 verse 6. That's where it confused them also. Isaiah 9 verse 6. He said, for unto me, let me open it. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful. Now have you now seen? Israel was the first son. Unto Israel a child is born. Unto us a child is given. The secondborn, which was Christ. Are you paying attention? He specified in the book of Exodus 4:22 that Israel is my son and my first son. They are the first son. Unto Israelite, Isaiah 9:6-7. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder. Now do you know the government that was upon the shoulder of Christ? The government, he became the king of Judah, the king of Jews. That the king that shake every kingdom. Who is this king that was born? Even 3 wise men went to see him. Who is this king? Then that the people, even king of the earth, they could not sleep because the king was born. For us, we never had king. And it is him that is going to sit in the throne of David. That is the reason why we will never have king. The same applicable to every other bloodline all over the world. They will not have leader. The only leader they will have at the last day is the throne of David being occupied. That throne of David is empty. It is gathering the remnant of the house of Jacob and uniting them. I am going to read it for you. The gathering of the remnant and the refining of the remnant. Let's go to the book of Hebrews so that you will know where Christ came from. The book of Hebrews, the volume of the book. Hebrews 7, verse 14. For it is an evidence that our Lord sprang out of Judah. Our Lord sprang out of Judah, of which tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood. Tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood. Are you paying attention? He spake nothing concerning priesthood. And it is yet far more evidence for that after the similitude of Melchizedek there ariseth another priest. Did you hear that? Christ was the only priest. It is evidence for you to know that when I tell you that there is connection between Christ and Melchizedek. Melchizedek appeared in the Old Testament, right? There is connection between Christ and Melchizedek. Let me read this place again so that you will hear it. That's why Melchizedek could not speak about him. Now listen. Hebrews 7 verse 14. For it is an evidence that our Lord sprang out of Judah, of which tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood. And it is yet far more evidence for that after the similitude of Melchizedek, there ariseth another priest, who is made not after the law of a carnal commandment, but after the power of an endless life. Who is he talking about? Christ. Who is he talking about? Christ. That's why it says, when you are living, become an elite, you are no longer under the law. You are no longer under the law because you are actually keeping the law. When you are keeping the law, you are no longer under the law. But when you are not keeping the law, you are under the law. You know what it means? Those are the part of the places where people, and it is actually the book of, it is a Paul's letter, Galatians. It says that you are no longer under the law when you are keeping the law, because you will not be in prison when you contravene the law. You will not be in prison when you contravene the law. But when you are keeping the law, you are not under the law. You are now walking with the law, in line with the law. Now, that's why Christ was not born under the law, because he was the law himself. That's why he was able to amend it for the common man, to the favor of the common man. He became the law himself. Now, let's now bring the precept of these Hebrews that we read. The book of Isaiah. Let's go to the book of Isaiah. Isaiah 14:2. The book of Isaiah 14:2. Remember, we read it in the New Testament. In the volume of the book, Hebrew is the New Testament, right? Let's go to the Old Testament, the book of Isaiah, for us to confirm who are these Judah, so that the priest will know that we are the Judah tribe. That's why we wear Isiago, because we are the lion of the tribe of Judah. Now, listen. Jeremiah. Jeremiah 14 verse 2. Judah mourneth, and the gate thereof languish. They are black unto the ground, and the cry of Jerusalem is gone up. Now, Judah, the one where God sprang out of, Christ, sprang out of. They are mourning, and their gate language, there is no security. And they are black onto the ground. He specified, very simple and nice. You are crying, you don't have security. And because you are black, onto the ground. Now, that is how high priest will know that the people that was talking about the government of the world is supposed to lie on their shoulder is the Christ of our offspring. We are the first son. Our father, Jacob, was the first son of God through Moses, through seed of Moses. And the Christ became the son, the second son that came out of the first son. The second son that came out of the first son, whom is not living under the law, or whom is not born under the law, because he was the law himself. That's why he can amend the law and remove the clause that is used to intimidate the poor. That's how it is. So let me now come to, let's go to where else? There is something I want us to show you. Let's go to the book of Daniel. The book of Daniel. Let me show you that there is no more priest. The job of priest is abolished. Let's go to the book of Malachi 2. The Malachi 2, because Christ abolished the law, the work of the priest. So there is no more priest. There is no more priest. Christ abolished the work of the priest. So, Hosea, remember our problem is in the book of, they told us our problem in the book of Hosea 4 verse 6. He said, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee. Thou shalt be no priest to me. Remember, you have rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee. There shall be no priest to me. So where are these priests that are springing up from everywhere, from theology school? Where are they coming from? Who made them? When Christ said, there shall be no priest. Hosea 4 verse 6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee. Thou shalt be no priest to me. Seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God, I will also forget thy children. Have you seen it? And where was the priest? The work of priest was abolished by Christ. The priests were the people doing animal sacrifice. Their work was abolished because they have rejected the law. That's why they will always be preaching to you, no, you can't live according to the law. But he said that he will make sure that all of them, their children, will be forgotten. All of these people, forget their private jet, forget their whatever they have gotten now. Their children will be forgotten because they have forgotten the law of God. And let me also go to the book of Malachi 3 verse 1 to 4. Malachi 3 verse 1 to 4. For you to understand further about priest. Remember, we are talking about priest. Let's actually make it clearer to you. And now, O ye priest, this commandment is for you. If you have Bible, open it. You will read it. And you will ask your pastor and priest to explain it for you. Malachi 2, 1 to 3. And now, O ye priest, this commandment is for you. If you will not hear, remember that this Malachi, when they read the book of Malachi 3:8, they tell you that the God is talking to you. this commandment is of you. Book of Malachi talks to the priest. But they read Malachi 3:8, they say you have robbed God with tithe and offering. When God was referring to them, the priest that is telling you you have robbed God. But let's continue with this. When we talk about tithe and offering, we will make it a topic for another day. And now, O ye priest, this commandment is for you. Malachi 2. Like I will always tell you, if you want to understand Bible, if you read the middle of it, you don't understand it, go to the Malachi 1 to know who is talking about, to know whom God is talking about. If you are reading the book of Jeremiah, go to Jeremiah 1 from verse 1 to know whom the Bible is talking about. So, let's continue. It's a Malachi 2. And now he said, this commandment is for you, O ye priest. If ye will not hear, and if ye will not lay it to your heart, to give glory unto my name, said the Lord of hosts, I will even send a curse upon you, and I will curse your blessings. Yea, I have cursed them already, because ye do not lay it to heart. Behold, I will corrupt your seed, and spread dung upon your faces, even the dung of your solemn feast, and one shall take you, and one shall take you away with it. The dung of your solemn feast, all these things they are doing, following these ways of the heathens. In the name they are celebrating holidays. Ways of the heathens. And all this sacrifice, their prayers and everything, it is like a dung they will spray on their faces. It doesn't exist. It doesn't reach even to the firmament. If heaven is on top there, it doesn't even pass the firmament. That's the worst part of them all. There is no priest to me. Hosea 4:6. There will be no priest to me. Work of priest was abolished. Then Hosea 4:1-6. Let me read Hosea 4:1-6. Hear the word. Hear the word. Hear the word of the Lord, you children of Israel. He is talking to us. For the Lord had a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land. Why is there no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land, even though there is pastors everywhere? This is a prophecy that is already here with us. It is a prophecy that is already here with us. Where is it? Why is it no knowledge of God? Because, let's continue. Let's find out why. In the land. In our land. By swearing and lying and killing and stealing and committing adultery, they break out and blood toucheth blood. Have you seen it? Stealing and lying. Just like your priest is doing. Pay tithe. You will not be in the tithe corner. Should I read it again? Hosea 4:1-6. Hosea 4:1-6. Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. For the Lord had controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land. By swearing and by lying, and killing and stealing, and committing adultery, they break out, and blood toucheth blood. Have you seen it? Blood toucheth blood. Brother kills their own blood. Black on black violent. That is exactly what he's talking about. Blood toucheth blood. Therefore shall the land mourn, and everyone that dwelleth therein shall languish. What is happening in our land? With the beasts of the field, and with the fowl of heaven, yea, the fishes of the sea also shall be taken away. Oh, let no man strive, nor reprove another. For thy people are as they For thy people are as they that strive with the priest. Did you see that? For thy people are as they that strive with the priest. Strive with the priest, not to thrive. Strive. You are suffering with the priest. Therefore shall thou fall in the day, and the prophet also shall fall with thee in the night, and I will destroy thy mother. This is Bible. This is not Judge Money speaking or Methuselah. I know that Matthias Ezak, he is overspeeding. I don't know. Matthias Ezak is very, very confused. And somehow, sometimes he speaks something in line, but most of the things he talks is out of line, especially about the Bible. Now, let's continue verse 6, because if you understand Bible, he will understand himself. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because they have rejected knowledge. I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me. Seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God, I will forget thy children. Now we go to, did you read it very well? That is how it is. That is how it is. I am going to read the book of Daniel 7. We are actually getting to the end of this program. I am going to read the book of Isaiah 53. I am going to read the book of Isaiah 53. And I am going to read the book of Daniel 7, 13 to 14. So, I'm going to start with what? Because our people are wise people that died in the foolish man's backyard. That is our people. We are wise. We know the carry last. You go die for foolish man's backyard. That is the way it is. We think say you are wise. Isaiah 53. Let me read it. For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, and as a root out of a dry ground. He had no form nor comeliness. We are reading, I want you to know, we are reading the book of Isaiah. We are reading the book of Isaiah, the Old Testament. This is where I am going to confirm for the high priest that there were many places that talked about Christ in the Old Testament. Many places that talked about Christ. If you want to understand what it is talking there, you can start from the page before this one, the number before this one. I don't have much time. I have been here for more than 2 hours to 3 hours now. So for he shall grow up before him as a tender plant. What we are trying to derive from here, it is for you to know how ugly or how beautiful Christ was. So that when they bring you a man with a blue eyes, you reject him. You reject him. Now, listen, Isaiah 53, 2 to 10. For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, and as a root out of a dry ground. He had no form nor comeliness. He had no form nor comeliness. And when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. Did you hear that? There is no beauty in him that we may desire him. Did you hear that? That is Christ. The book of Isaiah, Old Testament, high priest. This is Old Testament. There is no beauty in him that we may desire him. So when you see blue eyes, reject it. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrow and a man of acquainted with grief, and we hid as it were our faces from him. We hid as it were our faces from him. We rejected him. That's why we sold him to be killed. He was despised, and we esteemed him not. We didn't give him respect that he deserved. Surely he had borne our grief and carried our sorrows. Yet we did esteem him smitten of God and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgression. High priest, is this a New Testament, please? Is this a New Testament? But he was wounded for our transgression. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way. That is the reason why even where women are behaving, people are promoting feminism, because we want to adopt other people's lifestyle, leaving our own behind. People are abusing patriarchy. They abuse patriarchy. Women now resolve to feminism. Independent woman. All the women, throw your hands above me. So, let's continue. But he was wounded for your transgression. Not there. I have read that. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way. And the Lord had laid on him iniquity of us all. He was oppressed. He was afflicted. Yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to slaughter. As a sheep before her shearer is dumb, so he opened not his mouth. When they were killing him, he could not say anything. He didn't even talk to them, except, Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they are doing. He was taken from prison and from judgment, and who shall declare his generation? For he was cut off out of the land of the living. For the transgression of my people was he stricken. Let's continue. There is so many. And he made his grave with the wickedness and with the rich in his death, because he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. Who was that? Christ. Yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him. He had put him to grief. When thou shalt make his soul an offering, when thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin. Have you now seen it? Have you now seen that Galatians is speaking in riddles? You cannot understand Galatian. You cannot understand Colossians. You cannot understand Thessalonica. You cannot understand all these things if you have not understood the Old Testament, the first volume. You will never understand Paul's letter, because it says to you, that's why he replaced and he made his grave with the wicked and with the rich in his death, because he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. Yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him, and he had put him to grief, when thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin. Have you now seen where he actually changed the animal sacrifice and become the sacrificial lamb? This is Old Testament, right? It is not New Testament. It is Old Testament. And he made his grave, and and when thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin, instead of buying animals, pigeon, and all that, he shall see his deed, he shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. Have you seen it? This is Christ in the Old Testament. Let's read the book of, I don't know if I still have time. There are many things I want to actually give to this, to high priest. The Lord possessed me in the beginning of the way, of his way before his work of old. Proverbs 8:22-31. Listen, this is Old Testament. The Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning or ever the earth was. When there were no depths, I was brought forth. When there were no fountains abounding with water. Before the mountains were settled, before the hills was, I brought forth. While as yet he had not made the earth, nor the field, nor the highest part of the dust of the world. When he prepared the heaven, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depth. When he established the clouds above, when he strengthened the fountains of the deep, when he gave to the sea his decree that the waters should not pass his commandment, when he appointed the foundation of earth. Are you paying attention? This was Christ. This is Christ speaking. When he gave then I was by him as one brought up with him, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him, rejoicing in the habitable path, rejoicing in the habitable path of his earth, and my delight were with the sons of men. Did you see that? Even before Abraham, he was there, but he came as the second son through the seed of Abraham to fulfill his mandate, because he has to come as a sinner. He has to come as a flesh and blood. That is when they also confused you. You don't understand the part where they say, yes, because he is the law. He is the law. So he has, everything he does is holy. Everything that was done to conceive him was holy. That's why they say he was actually conceived through the Holy Spirit. Do you know why it is said through the Holy Spirit? Because Holy Spirit is the law. According to the book of, the law is holy. According to the book of Romans, the law is holy. If you read the book of Esdras, the Bible parts that was the part that was removed in the Bible, the book of Esdras, you will still see it. But let me go ahead and read the book of Daniel 7:13-14. Then we close. Daniel 7:13-14. Then we close. I saw in the night vision, and behold, one like the Son of Man. This is Daniel. Is Daniel in the New Testament? Beacon. Is Daniel in the New Testament? I want you to ask these Old Testament people who to explain all these books that I have read in the New Testament, including you go to the Middle East, go to Israel, tell them, explain to you, because these things are in the Torah. It is in Torah. There was an extent that high priest said we need to read it in Hebrew. He wants to understand Hebrew Bible, because he believed that those people were the people of the book. Not knowing that himself, he is undermining himself. He is not discovered. You need to discover yourself first before you start preaching this book. If you don't discover yourself, you cannot understand the book. Now, this is a Daniel, the book of Daniel. Beacon, Daniel, is it a New Testament or is it the Old Testament? Daniel is the Old Testament. As 1 minute. Now, as concerning the rest of the verse 13, I saw in the night vision, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven. Sons of Man. Have you now seen the reason why he was the second son? He is the Son of Man. He is the son, he was the Son of Man. Son of Man. And he was born through sexual intercourse. It was the Holy Spirit there was because he was the law, and the father was the law abiding, just like the mother. So he becomes holy. They become holy people. So that's through the law he was conceived. So that's why they call him born of Holy Spirit. And so many people will be believing now Jesus is coming with a wing. He's an angel. He was born of Holy Spirit. He did the work as human being did. He did the work as human. Because if he's not born of Holy Spirit, he's not born of flesh, which is like conceived through, sexual intercourse. He will not bear the sin of the world. He must be conceived through sin for him to bear the sin of the world and become the sacrificial lamb of the world of God. Now, I saw a vision, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with a cloud of heaven and came to Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. And there was given him dominion and glory, and a kingdom that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. Have you seen it? The kingdom shall not be destroyed. It shall be troubled. It will never be destroyed. Even though 2 parts of us will cut off and die. And that dominion is that Christ is coming to sit and be our king, since we do not have king. But Armageddon of Isaiah. Let's read the book of Isaiah. The Armageddon. It will happen. It will happen. The Armageddon. It is coming. Isaiah 13. Thou burden of Babylon, which Isaiah the son of Amos did see, lift ye up banner upon the high mountain, exalt the voice of I have commanded my sanctified ones. I have also called my mighty ones for my anger, even them that rejoice in my highness. The noise of the multitude in the mountain, like as of a great people, a tumultuous noise of the kingdom of nation. This is the day of Armageddon. The day of Armageddon. Pay very good attention for you to understand how the days of Armageddon is going to be. The burden of Babylon, which is Europe, the West, is the Babylon, which Isaiah the son of Amos did see. Lift ye up a banner upon the high mountain. Exalt the voice unto them. Shake the hand that they may go into the gate of the nobles. I have commanded my sanctified ones. I have also called my mighty ones for my anger, even them that rejoice in my highness. The noise of the multitude in the mountains, like as of a great people, a tumultuous noise of the kingdom of nations gathered together. The Lord of hosts mastereth the host of the battle. The host of the battle. Have you seen the Armageddon? The host of the battle. The Armageddon talks about the battle. We continue to read. The host of the battle. The Lord of hosts mastereth the host of the battle. Now we are going to see those who are going, the country, the nation that is going to lead the battle. They come from far country, from the end of earth, even the Lord and the weapons of his indignation. Weapon of his indignation. You know what is weapon of his indignation? The nuclear weapon. The nuclear weapon is the weapons of his indignation to destroy the whole land. What destroys the whole land? Nuclear weapon. Because even when we are reading Bible, it will look like it is now in the spirit. That's why I always tell you, study Bible as if you are studying a book to write exam. Don't study it expecting yourself to be in the spirit. It is a prophecy. If you study it the way you are writing exam, you will understand it. It is a prophecy. Study the prophecy. Now, he says, to destroy the whole land. Howl ye, howl, howl. H-O-W-L, howl ye. You will hear people howling. For the day of the Lord is at hand, it shall come as a destruction from the Almighty. Therefore shall all hands be faint, and every man's heart shall melt, and they shall be afraid. Pangs and sorrows shall take hold of them. They shall in pain as a woman that travaileth. They shall be amazed one at another. Their faces shall be as flames. Behold, the day of the Lord cometh, cruel. The day of the Lord cometh, cruel, both with wrath and fierce anger, to lay the land desolate. And he shall destroy the sinners thereof out of it. For the stars of heaven and the constellation thereof shall not give their light. The sun shall be darkened in his going forth, and the moon shall not cause her light to shine. So it will be the time, you saw people say 7 days darkness. That was what they were predicting. The day of Armageddon. That is it. They were predicting wrong. The sun will stand still. The moon will not give light. So the darkness will overrun everywhere. Because it is the day of Armageddon. Now, for the stars of heaven and the constellation thereof shall not give their light. The sun shall be darkened. In his going forth, the moon shall not cause her light to shine. And I will punish the world for their evil and the wicked for their iniquities, and I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease. Arrogancy of the proud to cease. You see how arrogant are the West against Africa. He will cause he said that, and I will punish the world for their evil and the wicked for their iniquities, and I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease. You see how arrogant they are against us. Arrogant. We call international community arrogant. United Nations arrogant. World power very, very arrogant. They are very arrogant. And I will cause the arrogance of the proud to cease, and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. The haughtiness of the terrible. The haughtiness, Haughtiness. Haughtiness of the terrible. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man that the golden wedge of Ophir. This is before he make a man, which is us. He will make a man because he see us, he call us man. He call us man. He will make us he will make us to be precious like a fine gold, but only after the book of Zechariah. Only after the book of Zechariah 13 verse 8. That's when he will make us fine like gold. If you read the book of Zechariah 3 verse 8, and read it down, you will see where he said so as well. After that, and after Armageddon, it was during Armageddon, 2 parts will be cut off of us. It will affect us. So don't think it is only them. It will affect us. So many of us are going to die, and some will die with them. Now, that is a prophecy. Now I will make a man more precious, fine gold, even a man that the golden wedge of Ophir. Therefore I will shake the heaven, and the earth shall remove out of her place. Earthquake will take over. In the wrath of the Lord of hosts, and in the day of his fierce anger. And it shall be as the chest roll, and as a sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee every one into his own land. Every one that is found shall be thrust through, and every one that is joined unto them shall fall by sword. Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives shall ravished. Behold, I will stir up the Medes against them, which shall not regard silver, and as for gold, they shall not delight in it. Medes, they will stir up the Medes. You know who is the Medes? I want you to take your Google. Write Medes. Who are the Medes? You will tell yourself who are the Medes. And the silver and gold they will not delight. Giving them funding to solve malaria, it is not what they delight in. No matter how much fund you promise them, no matter what you have, they don't care. All they want is your destruction. That is what the prophecy said. Their bows also shall dash the young men to pieces, and they shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb. Their eye shall not spare children. And Babylon, the glory of kingdoms. Babylon, the glory of kingdoms. Have you seen it? The beauty of the Chaldees, Chaldees excellency, shall be as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. That is the end of it. Remember what happens in Sodom and Gomorrah. That is the reason why the rainbows are being promoted all over the world. And every world that is being promoting this, they will take, the Armageddon will affect them. Even if it is in Africa, Armageddon will affect them, because it will be like of that destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Who are going to lead the Armageddon? The Medes. The Medes. The spirit of ancient Iran is going to go into the Iranians. They will rise up against the Babylon. Those are the Medes. Have you now seen it? It will be like of that Sodom and Gomorrah. And it shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelled in from generation to generation, neither shall the Arabian pitch tent there, neither shall the shepherd make their fold there. But wild beasts of the desert shall lie there, and their houses shall be full of doleful creatures, and owls shall dwell there, and stags shall dance there. And the wild beasts of the island shall cry in their desolate houses. And dragon is their pleasant palace. Dragon is their pleasant palace, and their time is near to come. And the wild beast, and dragon is their pleasant palaces, and her time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged. Dragon, I didn't pay attention to this last, because I always leave it as Sodom and Gomorrah, verse 19. And the wild beast of the island shall cry in their desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant palaces, and her time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged. I will read the signs. I will read the signs for you when next we come online. The signs that you will know when the Armageddon is imminent. I will read the signs for you from the Bible, because the sign was also written. So, great and wonderful people of Biafra, of course, we have spent more than the time we actually expected to be here. But that's okay. You know, it gets boring when it gets longer. But that's okay. We are in a Sabbath day already. We are already into Sabbath day. So it is the same thing. We've been here for 4 hours plus. So I believe we will continue to preach the gospel. We will continue to preach the gospel of emancipation, gospel for freedom, gospel that will actually redefine us, that you will reunite us. Remember, the Isaiah is where their curse is. Deuteronomy is where our curse started, was. Deuteronomy is our curse. Isaiah is their curse. It's vis-a-vis. So I want you to know that what goes around will always come around. This is the time John the Baptist, all the stories of John the Baptist, make your way straight. Love your neighbor as you love yourself, because the coming of Messiah is near. It is during the Armageddon, because he is going to gather the remnant. For beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, he will bring his suppliant to offer offering, and he will be their God. We will call him God, he will call us his children. And Christ will sit in the throne of David, because you don't know that the throne of David is somewhere waiting for the real person to come and sit there. Christ is going to sit there. That's why he said he will refine our heart. The law will be in our heart. We will no longer live under the law, because now we are going to represent the law. We are going to be refined like a pure gold with no blemish. Until we meet again, stay safe, stay informed. Share the video. If you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Click the like button for the algorithm to continue the sharing. We get more view when we are offline than when we are online, because they are restricting us to see if we are going to, to know what we are going to say. But that's okay until we meet again. Shalom.